Good afternoon, welcome to day 3 of the UCI Junior Track Cycling World Championships here in Aigle in Switzerland. And the blue skies on our screens gave way to thunderstorms overnight, but the temperature is still pretty hot in the track centre, and we're looking forward to a red-hot night of competition inside the Aigle velodrome. We'll be getting underway in just a few moments' time, but there's some stats about the track for you. Track length and the manufactured from Siberian pine. Temperature's a bit more accurate today. There's around about 28 degrees outside, a little bit warmer inside. And the bankings, well, they reach a maximum of 46.7 degrees at the steepest point. So this track in operation since 2002, 200 metres, so that has a slight impact on the number of laps completed. I'll bring that to your attention during the course of the action. But shortly we'll be bringing you information about the first event on the track, which was the men's 1 kilometre time trial. And with the 200 metre track in play, they will be covering 5 laps of the track. So let's find out a little bit more about how this time trial works.
The time trial is a pure race against the clock, where athletes aim to record the fastest time over the specified distance from a standing start. Cyclists are locked into a starting gate on the home straight, which is released after a countdown of 50 seconds. The rider with the fastest recorded time wins. In the event of a false start, the rider is permitted another start. Only 2 are allowed. In the individual time trial, men compete over a distance of 1 kilometre and women compete over a distance of 500 metres.
So there you have it, 29 heats of this men's kilometre time trial competition. First athlete already in the starting gate, just adjusting the chin strap of his helmet, make sure it's nice and secure. As you'll have noticed from the colours and the jersey, representing the People's Republic of China. First away will be Zui Zhan of China. Just glancing over at the countdown clock, which is showing 27 seconds to go. Once the bike is secured in the starting gate, the rider gets a 50-second countdown. Final 10 seconds, and then 5 are counted down by the bleeps. And away we go. Showing a little bit of evidence of previous contact with the track on his left knee there. Well, 1 or 2 spectacular spills over recent days. And Zhan of China will establish the time for the others to aim for. 5 laps of this 200-metre track to cover the 1 kilometre. One of the most famous disciplines in the world of track cycling, although no longer an Olympic discipline, but still takes pride of place in the World Championships. The world record, incidentally, for this particular discipline at the Junior Championships, I was rather stunned when I was putting my notes together earlier today, that it stood for 14 years, established back in 2002 in Kunming in China, coincidentally, by Ahmed Lopez of Cuba. It's 1:01.376. So we've already seen a whole fistful of world records fall in the preceding 2 days of competition. We had another one this afternoon as well in the individual pursuit. So we may well see perhaps a new fastest time for the men's kilometre time trial. Whatever happens, Zhan will take pride of place at the top of the leaderboard, at least for 1 heat, being the first rider to go. They will start individually. So 29 heats. It'll take quite a while to get this competition tidied up. Just top 3 will take away the medals, of course. Split times. Not seeing them on your screen at the moment, but I can tell you that at the completion of that ride, Zui Zhan of the People's Republic of China, 1:05.757. There you go. For company on the screen, we'll show you a picture of the scoreboard. Confirmation of that time. So he takes position number 1, and next to go on the track will be a rider representing Colombia. It's Juan Pena. So the bike brought to trackside by the rider's assistant, clipped into that starting gate. It's held by what are essentially a little set of brake blocks that hold the back wheel tightly into the gate, and the bike is not released until the countdown reaches 0. No matter how hard the rider might try to depart from the gate before the countdown is complete. You can also see the Velcro strapping here that makes sure the feet stay firmly in those pedals. Great deal of force required to make a fast getaway It's all about the start in the kilometre, as with all of these standing start events. It's final preparation for the Colombian, Juan Pena, before he gets underway. 1:05.757 is his target. That's first ride by Zhang of China. So the coach is counting down for him there as well. Grunting away, and he's running around the track with him. Can't keep up though, because Pena is off and running. Twin disc wheels, aerodynamic extensions on the handlebars as well. When he settles into his time trialing position, there we go. So 17.313 for the opening split. Good crowd once again throughout the day here at the World Cycling Centre here in the heart of Aigle in Switzerland. Venue that only holds 650 people. It was built initially as a training venue, and it still operates as such as well. If you were with us yesterday, you'll have heard Brian Cookson, the UCI president, telling us a bit more about this wonderful facility here. We do hope to be joined a little bit later by the director of the World Cycling Centre, none other than Frédéric Meunier, former world keirin champion. So Pena into his final lap here, just about to pass the minute mark. Just a little slower than the Chinese athlete before him. So he'll secure second spot in 1:07.838 for Juan Pena of Colombia. Next up, an athlete who's already tasted success at these championships, taking a silver medal in the keirin yesterday. He's also the champion of the sprint and the keirin at the European Junior and Under-23 championships this year, representing the Czech Republic. It is Martin Czechman. Just a little look back at that start by Pena of Colombia. Coach almost beat him away from the line. That was perhaps reflected in the time of 1:07.838. But don't underestimate the power required to get the very best start away from that gate. As I've mentioned over the preceding 2 days, riders do spend a great deal of time just practicing exiting that starting gate. So just a pat on the shoulder there for Czechman from his coach. Just taking a few last gasps of the very humid air here inside the World Cycling Centre velodrome. Little glance at the timing clock as we're into the final 5 seconds for heat number 3 of 29. See Czechman rocking backwards and forwards there on the bike. When you get it right, it does lunge you away from the gate. When you get it wrong, you find yourself lunging in the wrong direction when the gate releases. But that was a good start there by Czechman. And he'll be looking for a good time here, 1:05.757. And he's faster at the first split point, 16.217 at that marker. Just 0.6 of a second faster than Zhang at the same distance. We do hope to have the on-screen graphics back for you shortly. Just a little bit of rebooting of equipment going on here as we speak. But we'll continue to confirm the times for you as the riders go around the track. 38.553. Still 1.1 seconds inside the pace required to take the lead spot. So looking good for Czechman, the European sprint and keirin champion. 50.446 with a lap to go. 1.6 seconds the lead. It's beginning to feel the effort now. You can see the head rocking, shoulders rocking as well. Oh, and across the line for Czechman. 1:02.999. So that is the new fastest time, and he takes top spot on the leaderboard after 3 heats of competition. Well, that was an indication of just how hard this discipline is, as Czechman fought his way to the line, put absolutely everything into it, as indeed you have to. You ever heard great champion of the kilometre, Sir Chris Hoy, talking about this event? Maybe you've read his books, his autobiographies, you'll know really is one of the hardest disciplines on the track. There is no room for error. So good start there for Czechman. Was the key to recording that fastest time. Shouted on by his coach at trackside and applauded as well. So he's the leader after the first 3 heats. Next to go from Japan will be Tomoya Hata. So on-screen graphics back, however briefly, confirming that's top three. Czechman Jan Pejna, the order. So let's see what Hatta of Japan can do. There he is, just into the final few seconds of his countdown. Just about to hear the 10-second bleep, like that. And then the continuous bleeps from 5 down to 0 when the gun fires and the gate releases. So Hatta of Japan is underway for his 5 laps. Yes, if you just joined us, 5 laps for the kilo here on this 200-metre track in Aigle in Switzerland. If you've been with us the last couple of days for our live streaming, let me just thank the in excess of 24,000 views of day 1 coverage so far. Don't forget, if you do miss any of the action, if you can't stay with us for the whole 4 hours this evening, then you can revisit the highlights, in fact the whole programme, via the UCI website on the YouTube channel. So like and subscribe that, and you'll have all the action across all 5 days of these championships. We're with you each day, bringing you live coverage of the championships. So Hatta of Japan is a little bit down on the pace of Czechman by 0.6 of a second with a lap to go. Could be almost a second behind when he comes to the finish line. He's half a lap away from that point. May have the beating of Jean. So he's just lost a little bit of pace in the second half of this kilo. 104.451, second place for Hatta of Japan. So good applause here for the Japanese rider. And there is confirmation of those times thus far. Czechman retains his lead in 102.999. Next to challenge that position in heat number 5 from Denmark, Johan Langbala. Another look at the start for Hatta of Japan. You can see the muscles straining in his calves there. Really is a tough job to get on top of that gear. But once you go in, well, smooth pedalling style is required. And Hatta, good enough for second at the moment. Displacing Jean of China into 3rd spot. And Pejna, the rider who went second from Colombia, is in 4th place currently with 107.838. There is the face of Langbala of Denmark. Breathing in. Once again, it's very, very warm here inside the track. We did have a spectacular series of thunderstorms in the earlier part of the day. Some torrential rain as well. The Swiss really do thunderstorms very well indeed here in the Alps. But conditions have improved during the course of the afternoon. The sun came out again, and with it the temperatures have ramped up once more. So Langbala of Denmark. Tall rider here. See the extension of the seat pin on his machine there. 1.3 up at the opening split. Now, if you look at our pictures of the track here, and you'll notice the black line, the lowermost line on your screen on the track, just above the blue band, that's the actual measurement of 200 meters around the circumference of the track. So if you stay on or close to that, then you're covering the absolute distance of 200 meters. If you drift outside that towards the red line or even further up the track, you're covering a greater distance. And thus that will impact upon your times. Here comes Langbala with a lap to go. 102.999 his target. He's only 4th fastest with half a lap remaining. Improves to 3rd at the line in 105.359. So Langbala occupies 3rd place, still ahead of him, Hatta of Japan and Czechman of the Czech Republic. Side view of the start of Langbala, Denmark. Germany are next up with Nick Rother. Very busy track centre here at Aigle. In excess of 300 competitors for these Junior World Championships, representing 40 nations. 5 days of competition, delivering 19 championships in all. So, Deutschland, Germany, proudly displayed as Rother just gathers himself. Settles onto those handlebars, one eye on the countdown, which is inside 5 seconds now. Away we go. Gritting his teeth, as well you might. Rother gets away from the line. The kilometre, an event that's really a sprint specialist race. Many riders who've gone on to be world sprint champions, like Sir Chris Hoyt, began as really powerful kilometre riders. Rother of Germany, slightly behind the pace of Czechman currently by 0.2 of a second. Trying to make that up with a couple of laps remaining. Second place in 38.871. Glancing down at the track and his machine as he grits those teeth once more. There's the last lap. Will hold the key to his time. Rother of Germany is half a lap away from knowing where he will stand on the leaderboard. And at the completion of the ride, he stands in 3rd place. So pushing Langvaller of Denmark down to 4th. His time 1:04.931. Close-up view of those aerodynamic handlebars. Again, another tall rider, that long seat pin extension and that aerodynamic tuck position within the regulations, of course. Bikes checked by our UCI commissaires here before riders go to the track to make sure they do fit the appropriate sizing regulations and the weight regulations as well. There's a minimum weight of 6.8 kilograms for a bike. So even though technology could deliver you a much lighter machine, in order to have a fair playing field for all, the UCI legislate the weight of the machinery used. So the next competitor on the track, representing the United States of America, is Joseph Moynihan. Little view of the very interesting roof structure here inside the World Cycling Centre. It's a canvas layer inside the actual roof itself. Almost lends a big top type atmosphere to the racing here. And Moynihan of the United States fighting his machine away from the line. A little bit wayward at the start. That could impact on the time. As I mentioned earlier, every millimetre around this track counts, and Moynihan finding it difficult to hold a good line. That's reflected in his time. He's 2 seconds off the pace required at the moment. Coach at the side of the track imploring him to lift the pace. It's easy to say when you're standing at the side of the track, but when you're there doing it, it really does hurt. So Moynihan of the United States into the final half lap. He's now fallen 4.5 seconds off the lead pace. 1 lap to go. .1:02.999, the time posted by Martin Čák of the Czech Republic. Still up there to be knocked down, but I don't think Moynihan has the capacity to do that. 7th fastest in 1:09.386, and with a deficit of 6.3 seconds. There's the leaderboard, unchanged in the potential medal positions. The top 3, of course, will take the gold, silver and bronze medals respectively at the conclusion of the 29 heats of this competition. Heat number 8 will feature a rider from Italy, Michele Gazzoli. Gazzoli already on board his machine in the starting gate in the home straight. Our camera down there will give you a close-up view in a moment, I'm quite sure, of a rather impassive expression on Gazzoli's face at the moment. Just focusing. There he is. So the Italian Michele Gazzoli next to go in the kilometre time trial. Approaching the 10-second marker. Then the bleeps from 5 down to 0. One eye on the clock. Now he gathers himself. And away we go for Italy in heat number 8. See the effort being injected here by Gazzoli. Needs to settle a little closer to the bottom of the track, though. Of course, the more effort you make to propel yourself forwards, the more wayward the steering can be. These bikes are pretty much designed to go in a straight line. The banking's carrying you around the track here. If you look at a track and think, well, that's symmetrical. In fact, it isn't, because very clever track designers have the architecture to propel riders out of the bankings and into the straights. Quite short straights here, of course, it's just a 200-metre track. The standard for most tracks around the world these days, 250 metres. But this is a fast track indeed, as we've seen in the numerous world records established in the course of the preceding 2 days of competition. Gazzoli of Italy is not too far away from completing his ride. And again, the pace reflected by that rather wayward line at the start of his ride. 4.5 seconds behind the lead in 1:07.532. Just another look at that start from Gazzoli. As he goes into the banking, force propels him up the track. Above the sprinter's line, in fact, that's the red line. Has no particular role in this discipline. Of course, it's of key interest when we have the sprint events. So, with 8 riders completed their ride thus far, still it is Martin Czechman of the Czech Republic who occupies top slot. He's been there since heat number 3. Next to challenge, a second competitor from Japan. This is Yuki Wakimoto. Rather intricate warm-up procedure here for Wakimoto. 10 seconds away from his destiny in the kilometre time trial. Another rider favouring the rocking motion to depart from the gate. He too gets it right. So his countryman, Tomoyo Hatta, who went in heat number 4, is still second in 1:04.451. Wakimoto on board his Cervelo bicycle. Well into his effort now. Just 1.2 seconds in arrears currently of the overall lead. Almost hypnotic, the logos on those twin disc wheels as he whizzes around the boards of the Aigle velodrome here. There's 1 lap to go. Gets there in 52.663, only 5th fastest. So he'll do well to challenge that time of his teammate and indeed the lead of Czechman. Quarter of a lap to go as he comes underneath the scoreboard between corners 3 and 4 and across the line in 1:05.498 for Yuki Wakimoto of Japan. Just see the front wheel there as it operates the timing strip on the track. That's what actually triggers the timing as the gate releases and the front wheel applies pressure to strip across the track, triggers the timing system. And you can see the result of all of that technology with the times of the top 8 riders on your screen. Next to go in the starting gate is our first of 2 competitors from Thailand. This is Warat Peikrathroth, approximately. Blue and yellow colours of Thailand. One of the up-and-coming nations in the world of track cycling. The East certainly on a good ascendancy with China and Korea, Thailand, Malaysia of course have performed well over recent championships. So Peikrathroth, we'll settle on that as the pronunciation, is underway for Thailand. So he'll settle onto those aerodynamic handlebar extensions. Into his rhythm now. You can see the toe straps just dangling at the side of his shoes there to make sure they stay firmly attached to the pedals. Critical, of course, at the start with the amount of upward force applied to get the bike out of the gate. It's very easy just to pull a clipless pedal clear of the machine. It's a critical moment, hence the use of toe straps as a reinforcement. But Thai riders particularly long. There's the bell with a lap to go. He's 5.5 seconds behind the required pace to challenge the leaders. 10th fastest time. The deficit extends further to just over 6 seconds now. Peikrathroth of Thailand in 1:09.479. Close-up view of his start. And his final passage of the finish line. So from Thailand, we will go to New Zealand as our stadium commentator. None other than the six-day legend, Franco Morvuli, endeavours to encourage the crowd into a Mexican wave. I think the New Zealanders are perhaps the favourites at that in the back straight. And of course they are looking with keen interest now on the man who's in the starting gate. This is Thomas Sexton of New Zealand next to go, heat 11 of 29. Well, strength in depth here for the Kiwis this week. Having a good championships as well. So Sexton of New Zealand is underway. 4th fastest at the start. See if he can build on that pace as the laps tick by here. 5 laps of the track to deliver the 1 kilometre distance. Black and white, monochromatic jersey of the New Zealand team. Still 5th, 1.16 off the required pace to challenge for the lead position. Into the back straight, past the contingent of New Zealand spectators and supporters. Improves to 4th, but 1.342 is still the deficit. Approaches the line now. Well, he's moved up to 2nd, so that was a good ride in the second half of that one from Sexton of New Zealand. Thomas Sexton, 1:04.115. Good enough for second place, pushing Hatta of Japan down to third. Czechman still at the top. No one has come within 1.1 seconds yet of the rider from the Czech Republic, who was at third away. That's confirmation of Sexton's ascendancy into second place. 0.3 of a second faster than Hatta. So we're looking forward now to heat number 12, and we return to the United States of America. The second rider from the USA will be Peter Newlands. Look down at the pedal and the chain set on the bicycle of the American rider, electing not to utilise toe straps for additional reinforcement, so he must have faith in his clipless pedals. Either that or his shoes are bolted to the pedals, you never know. That's often done as well. It's getting on board a little more challenging, especially when you've only got 50 seconds to do it. So Newlands of the United States powers away from the line. Shots grabbed by our phalanx of trackside photographers. Guy Swarbrick there, well known to track cycling fans around the world, an ace lensman. And 18.140 is the opening couple of split times recorded by Newlands of the United States. Heat 12 of 29, this one. 11th fastest only at this stage of the competition for Newlands, so he'll need to try and lift it in the second half. You notice some riders electing to wear track mitts or even full-finger gloves here, as Newlands, others deciding that their hands are sufficient to get a good grip on the handlebars. And the heat in here, I imagine that doing it without gloves is a good idea. So Newlands on board his Dixie Flyer. Good old US branding there on the bike. And it gets him 12th place in 1:09.556 for Peter Newlands of the USA. And that's propping up the classification table at the moment. 6.55 seconds behind the pace of the current leader, Martin Czechman of the Czech Republic. Our next competitor, who is just about to climb on board his machine in the home straight, is Anthony Rennie of South Africa. So Czechman, Sexton, Hatta, the top three currently. Let's see if Rennie can take a position at the top of the table. Again, evidence of unexpected contact with the boards here at the Aigle velodrome. Rather heavy strapping, so that's quite a recent misfortune for Rennie. See the view of some of the technology contained within that starting gate to ensure that it is triggered when the countdown reaches 0. 2 operatives there just to make sure it doesn't slide around if the rider decides to start moving in time with the countdown. And they, of course, will have to remove that gate pretty quickly as soon as the rider departs, before he comes around to complete the opening lap. More so, of course, when you've got riders on both sides of the track. But these are solo rides for the kilometre time trial competition. And Rennie's opening split, 11th fastest, so he'll be lifting his pace as this one continues. First of 2 riders representing South Africa in this competition. We have the national champion for the kilometre time trial a little bit later on. 30.402, still 11th fastest time for Rennie. 3.7 his deficit. That'll take a lot of closing down in the second half. Consistent pace he's got, but it's just not quite fast enough to challenge for one of the medal positions. Close-up of the bell, produced by a well-known Swiss-based timing manufacturer. And as Rennie glances down, he'll now see the finish line in front of him, and he gets there in a time of 1:09.309, 10th fastest for Anthony Rennie of South Africa. The second representative of the People's Republic of China will be next on the track. Just another look at Rennie's departure from the start line there. That injury to his right leg must sting a bit, I think, looking at the heavy bandaging there. Doesn't help when you've got to concentrate all your attentions on going as quickly as you can. So next away, for the People's Republic of China, the second rider from China in this men's kilometre time trial competition is Wei Ming Yan. If you are just tuning in to the UCI live feed here from Aigle in Switzerland, this is day 3 of the 2016 Junior Track Cycling World Championships. And we're in the midst of the men's 1 kilometre time trial competition. Rider on the track from China, Wei Ming Yan, 14th rider to go of the 29 who are contesting this championship. And if you're not yet subscribed to the UCI channel on YouTube, why don't you click on that subscribe button? Maybe even click on the like button as well if you're enjoying our coverage. And join the 24,000 plus people who have already viewed day 1's coverage. Day 2 also approaching a similar number of viewers, and we're gratified for that. We hope you're enjoying it, and as much as we are, because this really is the future of cycling. These 17 and 18-year-old riders at the junior level. And this the breeding ground for our future champions. None more so than the People's Republic of China, really one of the up-and-coming nations over recent years in the world of track cycling. And Yan here, 8th fastest at the moment. His countryman Zhan, who went away first, still sits in 7th spot. And Yan will slot in underneath him in 8th place in 1:06.437. Yep, once again you see the effort written all over the face of the rider as he powers away from that starting gate. Still Chapman, Sexton, Hatter occupying the top 3 places in the classification table as we welcome to the track our next rider, first of 2 representing Canada in this competition. This is Nick Wams. If you're curious as to the role of the official with the red flag in his hand, as soon as the bike is actually secured in the starting gate, he'll raise that flag to indicate to the starter in the track centre that the countdown can begin. From that point on, the rider has 50 seconds before the gate releases. And he'll keep the red flag to hand just in case there is a false start, which you'll indicate by raising the flag once more. So Wams of Canada, just veering slightly to his left and departing from the racing surface of the track. The blue band on the inside that separates the runoff zone from the track celebrates in the name of the Côte d'Azur in some cases. It's the blue band, it's the part of the track that isn't officially part of the competition surface. Riders, certainly in distance races like the point race and the scratch race, are penalised if they take advantage of that blue band to make progress. Pass on the outside. But here, in the time trial, the only disadvantage it infers is it will slow you down. And that's reflected in Wham's time currently. 10th fastest in 40.997. Improves to 9th with a lap to go. The tinkle of the bell which all riders know means you've just got a lap remaining. So Wams lining up for the finish here. And across the line, still 9th fastest in 1:06.856 for the first of 2 riders we'll see in this competition from Canada. Well, I was mentioning the stats a few moments ago. 19,500 views of yesterday's coverage. In the world of live streaming, it's pretty impressive stuff. So people enjoying our coverage here of the 2016 Junior Track Cycling World Championships, live from Aigle in Switzerland, if you are watching it with us live. But the great thing is that the coverage will remain available on the UCI YouTube channel, probably forever, so you can look back in a few years' time at what happened back here in 2016. And of course, one of the buttons you'll find adjacent to the controls, however you're looking at YouTube, is a share button. So why don't you share the coverage with other people around the world who maybe have not tuned in yet, and let's build the audience to celebrate the great work done here by the junior world track cyclists. And speaking of worlds, well, this is Belarus on the track next, host of the full World Championships a couple of years ago. I had the great pleasure of doing the commentary in the stadium on that occasion at the velodrome in Minsk in Belarus. And this rider from that country, Konstantin Białoruski, 17.868 for the opening couple of splits here. 13th fastest, so we'll need to lift the pace here. The red, white and green colours of Belarus. It's something of a contrast to the 30-degree temperatures we've been enjoying at 30 degrees Celsius over recent days here in Switzerland. We were over in Belarus back in 2013. I think it was minus 30 almost. It was very cold indeed. So the Belarus athlete here is lining himself up for the finish line. Gets there in 1:07.401. 10th fastest time for Białoruski of Belarus. Well, we mentioned our coverage on YouTube. We do hope you're enjoying it. If you'd like to get involved via social media, we'd love to see your comments via Twitter as well. Our official hashtag is #Aigle2016. So if you want to put that into your tweeting machine and let us know what you think about the action here in Switzerland this week, we'd love to see your comments on Twitter. There's a little view of the second half of the classification table currently, as we look forward to the next rider on the track, representing Argentina, Franco Villarroel. Well, he too having the addition of some toe straps here, just to make sure the feet remain firmly planted on the pedals. One of the narrower styles of handlebar here, with those aerodynamic extensions, the pads in which the elbows rest, and the length of those extensions, one of the critical dimensions measured by our trackside officials before the bike is passed fit for competition. Villarroel of Argentina, 17th of the 29 heats of this kilometre time trial. Still Chapman sitting pretty at the top of the table. He's been there since heat 3 with 1:02.999. Still no one come within 1.1 seconds of his lead. So the European sprint and keirin champion feeling increasingly confident as these time trial efforts go by. Villarroel down the back straight here, underneath the scoreboard. 7th fastest at the moment as he goes through the bell with a lap to go. Final 200 metres. Just drifting slightly off the absolute optimal line there. And that will not aid him in recording the faster times. The Argentinian across the line in 9th fastest time, 1:06.706 for Franco Villarroel of Argentina. So we're going to bring you our next rider onto the track now. First to go, of two, for Great Britain will be Alex Jolliffe. Jolliffe, part of the bronze medal winning squad in the team sprint at the European Junior and Under-23 Track Championships in Montichiari in Italy just over a week ago. And Jolliffe will be the first of two British competitors here. Just a couple of weeks away from the British National Junior Championships, which will take place at the Derby Velodrome for the first time in the United Kingdom in a couple of weeks' time. So an intense period of competition for the juniors, with the Europeans, then the Worlds, and then many nations, of course, with their own national championships for the junior category riders as well. So Jolliffe just taking several deep breaths before we get him underway. Still the time to beat is 1:02.999 from Martin Čechman of the Czech Republic. There's Jolliffe cleanly away. As you would expect, these riders spend an awful long time practicing their starts. And that, if he gets it right, should be reflected in a good time for Alex Jolliffe of Great Britain. Let's look at the opening split. Well, he's just wayward by 0.2 of a second at the moment. And as he continues to make his way around the outside of the track here, Alex Jolliffe of Great Britain still needs to lift it just a little bit to challenge the best times we've seen so far. So he's into the finishing straight now. Alex Jolliffe in 40.070 currently, continuing for another revolution of the track, 1.9 seconds, so the deficit beginning to grow for Jolliffe. 7th fastest time, 52.794. And maximum effort required. It really does sap your strength, this one. And Jolliffe, the team sprint, of course, with teammates, but you're all on your own in the kilometre. 8th fastest time in 1:06.146 for Alex Jolliffe of Great Britain. So as Alex Jolliffe winds down, there he is on the first page of the leaderboard. 8th fastest time for Alex Jolliffe. Čechman still the leader in 1:02.999. Heat number 19 will be up next, and it features the national champion for the time trial discipline from South Africa, Jason Oosterhuizen. So whilst we follow the action, as Oosterhuizen gets ready to depart from the start gate, I'm very pleased to welcome here to my commentary position gentlemen who have been celebrating a great day yesterday here at the World Cycling Centre. We saw what I'm pretty sure was the first ever world medal for the nation of Mongolia, for the rider from Mongolia, Batsakan Tekshbayar. He took victory in the race here yesterday. And I'm pleased to welcome his coach, Scott Bocton, here to the commentary position. Scott, congratulations. That was an incredible ride. You must be really pleased with that.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very pleased with it. As you could probably see on the footage, it was a good ride. And Tekshi as well was over the moon with the result.
I'm sure he was. The delight, it was disbelief, I think, at first when he crossed the line. I don't think he could quite believe what he'd done.
No, I think it's been a bit of a target for him since he came to the centre, and it's suddenly he's realised that actually yeah, he's just achieved his dream. He said to me afterwards, it was just a dream, and now and then just showed to his jersey. So he's very pleased.
I'm sure he is, and it's a great reflection on the work done here at the World Cycling Centre. Primarily, of course, a coaching venue for riders from all across the world, and that's a reflection of the success that the hard work here can bring. What's involved in when a rider comes here to the World Cycling Centre when they get involved in the training programme?
Well, I guess obviously, like most coaching programs, it depends on the rider. So we try and set everything up around the rider and making them develop in the best way for whatever their targets are. In Texi's case, he came in April. He's been here ever since. He rides on the road, so he does a mixture of road and track training. Spends some time in the gym most weeks. And we also try and focus on their lifestyle and a lot of the things off the bike that potentially could make them or break them as cyclists.
I guess a good deal of emotional support for young people coming perhaps for the first time. They've left their home country here to somewhere that's a completely different location than back home in Mongolia. So no doubt it's a bit of a culture shock for riders sometimes when they come here to the World Cycling Centre. Absolutely,
yeah. And some of them don't speak very much English or French. So I actually find it hard to communicate with too many other people. Hopefully we try and get at least one or two riders from each nation so that Spanish can speak to each other, and we had two Mongolians for a little while, so they could chat away, which was really nice for them, I think, and helps them. So
yeah, that's great stuff, Scott. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Let's queue up our next rider on the track, all ready to go for Belgium. This is Sascha Weymans. By the way, the time for Oosterhuizen of South Africa is 1:06.42. Good enough for 9th place for the South African national champion for the time trial. And this is Sascha Weymans of Belgium, the first and only Belgian competitor in this current lineup for the men's 1 kilometre time trial. So just into his final few seconds of countdown, as he glances at the clock, and away he goes for 5 laps of effort. So it's got a British voice, I think, here for you.
Absolutely, yes.
How long have you been working here at the World Cycling Centre?
I've been here full-time since the beginning of the year. So I came over very end of last year. Started working full-time, as I say, I think at the 4th of January or something.
And we were touching to the UCI President Brian Cookson in the very seat you were occupying yesterday, and he too was reflecting how great it is to see so many people from all across the world, particularly those nations where cycling is perhaps still developing, getting the opportunity that very few get to train at the absolute best venue here for track cycling.
Yeah, and that's one of the big aims of the centre, is to help those developing countries, because it's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to train full-time, to use the facilities that they need in some of those countries.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's many, many hours of devotion to that training that brings out the best athletes, isn't it?
Yes, and Texi is a great example of that. He's a very hard worker. A couple of weeks ago, he was getting very tired. It maybe overcooked it a little bit with the training, but actually we've eased it off, and in the last week or so, he started to look fresh again, which is great to see.
Well, he certainly looked fresh after taking that World Junior Scratch Race title, ahead of some very impressive riders with national championships to their name and that kind of form. So it really must have been a little bit of a process of going through the race and thinking, well, I may just have a chance here. And he made that breakaway move towards the end. We didn't quite believe it at first, but yeah, obviously as the laps went by and he maintained that lead, almost as though he was going to take a lap at one point, but he just throttled back a little bit because he'd done enough work to make sure he had that position nailed with just a couple of laps remaining.
Yeah, and he had a plan for the race. We discussed that beforehand, and the first thing we said was that he didn't need to do anything early on in the race. He can get a little bit excited. He's still very inexperienced in terms of riding on the track. He came here as a road rider, had never ridden on the track before, and so, yeah, April this year was his first time on the track.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that just a couple of months ago now he's a world champion.
Yeah.
It's impressive stuff indeed. I'll be back to you in a moment, Scott, but just we'll reflect on the next rider on the track. Is already preparing to make the start. It is the Canadian national champion for the sprint, the time trial, and the Keirin. It's Stefan Ritter, who is next to go, competitor number 21 of the 29 in this time trial round. Just looking at his departure from the starting gate.
That's a good start, though.
It is. What do riders really look to achieve to get away from the starting gate? I know they spend many hours just practicing the start, let alone the rest of it. Do they just practice getting out of the starting gate, don't they?
They do, yeah. The sprinters in particular, we do a standing start session every week. So each rider will do 12 or 16 standing start efforts. Partly because of a strength training effect, but also for the sprinters, we will practice in the gate, make sure their technique is right.
We see some riders kind of rocking in motion with the countdown. When they get it right, it can propel them forwards, but sometimes you see them when they're just going in the wrong direction at the wrong moment. So that is a part of the training as well, I guess, is to decide how you're going to approach those final few seconds before the gun fires.
Absolutely, yeah. For the more experienced riders, we may try and get them to move backwards and forwards. There's different ways of doing it, and different riders will prefer different techniques.
Well, Scott, we're looking at a great ride here from the Canadian. He is fastest. This could displace Chechman from the top of the classification. Yeah, we have a new leader in 1:01.673. Not too far away from the world record either. From Canada, that is a great ride by Stefan Ritter. Well, he is the national champion of Canada for the time trial, and you can see why. So that has moved the whole leaderboard downwards as he takes top slot. Great ride there for Steph Ritter of Canada. That was impressive stuff, Scott.
That was very impressive. There's been some great racing from the juniors, and 1:01 for a junior is a pretty good time. You wouldn't have seen that a few years ago.
You certainly wouldn't. I find it hard to believe that the world record for this has stood for 14 years. Set way back in China back in 2002. Can't be too long before we see that fall, I don't think.
I wouldn't have thought so, although there's less of a focus on the kilo now with it not being an Olympic discipline, so that's maybe had a bit of an effect.
Yeah, you're right. Good point, that. And those of us who have spent many years watching track cycling, a little bit of regret when that was taken away from the Olympics, as I'm sure many of the athletes also. But we did see Sir Chris Hoy move from being a very successful kilo rider to being a very successful sprinter, so it can be a springboard to success in the other sprint disciplines, can't it?
Absolutely, yeah. He was a bit of a special case, I think, but yeah, if you're going to be a good kilo rider, you've got some of the good qualities you need to be a sprinter as well.
Great stuff. Well, our next rider on the track from Kazakhstan is Maxim Nalyutov. He's competitor number 22 to go. We've just seen that new lead established by the Canadian national champion, Stefan Ritter. So that's really throwing down the gauntlets to the rest of the riders here. And Nalyutov, the first to try and upset that leaderboard. It still has Chechman in second place and Sexton in third. The top three will, of course, be taking away the medals. Scott, just going back to the rider from Mongolia who took that great victory. Is he destined to ride any other events during the course of the championships?
He rode the points race this morning. He didn't qualify, unfortunately. I think last night was a late night after his dope test, after the victory and the victory ceremony and everything else. He was probably a bit excited as well. Probably didn't sleep that well. So he looked pretty dead on the bike this morning. But tomorrow he's up for the individual pursuit, which should be a pretty good event for him.
Yep.
He may struggle to medal. There's some teams out here with some pursuit specialists, but he should do a reasonable ride.
How hard is it to specialise in particular disciplines that are so diverse from the scratch race and the pursuit? A whole different set of requirements, really, isn't it, to be a champion in both? Yeah,
they would both be classed as endurance rides by most people, but the pursuit, obviously, 4 minutes, depending on the distance of the race. It's very short for an endurance rider, and there's a lot of technique as well, a lot of pacing involved in a good pursuit.
Yeah, it's one of the toughest events, and we will look forward to seeing that tomorrow for Azizkan Tekshbaya of Mongolia. I'm sure we'll all wish him the very best of luck. And just looking at the start there of the rider from Kazakhstan, that's Nalyutov, who has posted a time of 1:05.573, which is good enough for 9th place at the moment.
He just slipped a wheel as he came away from the start there. There was maybe 10 metres after the start, his front wheel just slipped sideways, so that would have cost him a little bit.
Yeah, it's important to get that arrow straight start, isn't it? And of course, the pressure that you're applying to the pedals when you come out of the banking, it can tend to force you off the line, can't it?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons we spend so much time in the gym with the sprinters, because they have to be able to give their legs something to push against. If you don't have the upper body strength and the core strength, then it's very difficult when they're producing even the juniors up to 15, 16, 1700 watts.
Yeah, it's all about the power output. I know that quite a lot of riders have power meters attached to the machine in various places, so the coaches can look back over the performance and assess just exactly what has happened. Our next rider here on the track, all ready to go, from the Ukraine, is Tadej Ivan Chebenets. And he is competitor 24 of the 29. Scott, just how much technology is brought to bear in the training process these days? I know there's all kinds of power meters, and you can analyse every aspect of a rider's performance, can't you?
You can, yeah. I think you can overanalyze it as well. So for me, we work very much here on getting the basics right. And we do the basic things well with a view to improving the performance that way. Once you've got all the basics in place, then yes, you can start to work on some marginal gains, the Team Sky philosophy. But,
yes.
But actually, for me, most riders, the vast majority, have a lot to gain from just doing the basic things really, really well.
I guess when the riders first start their training here at the World Cycling Centre, it's major gains that you're looking for when they start to develop the technique and you can see the form coming. And,
yeah, and some of them...
How quickly can you tell that this is going to be a special rider?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think it depends on the rider. Some you can tell straight away. Others you're not so sure about, and then they'll surprise you with something.
So Chebenets across the line for the Ukraine in 1:06.231. 12th place for him, so unchanged at the top of the leaderboard for Ritter, still leading ahead of Chachman and Sexton. We're getting into the last few riders in this kilometre time trial competition at the moment. Next to go for the second rider representing Thailand in this competition is Chetawan Sangama of Thailand. And Scott, the nations from the Far East really are up and coming in the world of track cycling as well, aren't they? We're seeing great racing from China and now from Korea and Thailand as well.
Definitely, and they're investing a lot of money, most of them, in their development programs. So we've had quite a few riders here. Korea spend a lot of time here with a lot of their riders from youth all the way through to seniors. Their Olympic team are here training at the moment. We have Thailand, Malaysia at the moment have come, and then Japan we had for the camp as well. So yeah, definitely some Asian influence coming over the next few years, I think.
Absolutely, the Asian tiger definitely roaring in the world of track cycling. And the most recent representative of that is on the track now. This is Samgama of Thailand, just into his last few moments before gets underway. How important is that final few moments? I know a lot of riders have a little procedure they go through just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, it's a case of being focused, really. So some riders will need to very much concentrate. Others will be playing around, looking around, not looking very focused until the last second, and then they're on it. Whichever works for them, I think, is absolutely fine.
So that's something you're not trying to coach, but you just take on board how a rider needs to prepare themselves and help them with that process.
Yeah, with a beginner rider, we would normally try and get them to focus as much as we can. But for some people, that just doesn't work. Some people, they need to be more relaxed. It's all about finding the optimum level for that person. If you're too nervous, too worried, then you're not going to do well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Samgama of Thailand is not quite on the pace at the moment, 41.43 at the most recent split. That's towards the bottom of the classification at the moment, but it's starting to lift the pace in the second half of this 1 kilometre time trial. Still 4.7 seconds off the top position, so he'll do well to move himself into the top 10. But credible ride nevertheless here for the second representative of Thailand. He will cross the line in 1:08.097 of the Samgama of Thailand. So just 4 riders left to go. Nicola Gozzi will be next to start for Italy, the second rider to represent the Italian nation here. Of course, they hosted the European and under-23 championships last week. Well, forgive me, folks, because there's actually a 2-page start list which has just been brought to my attention. So thank you to the backroom boys for pointing that one out. Yes, indeed, there are 38 riders, so a little bit longer here. So, Scott, can you stay with us a little bit longer? And,
I can, yeah.
Okay, good man. And we're fascinated by the insight you're bringing us here into the way the riders go about this most challenging of disciplines here on the track. And we'll look ahead to page 2 a little bit later for the remaining riders to bring this competition to a close. So really is a record entry of 38 riders here And the next one on the track, well, this is the Italian Nicola Gozzi. He's just reflecting on the last few moments, just a sideways glance at that clock. Now he settles onto the bars of his Pinarello machine. Into using that rocking motion to get himself underway. And beginning the first of 5 laps, that will deliver the finishing time. Still Ritter at the top of the table, that great ride from the Canadian national champion. So Gozzi away, 9th fastest. Scott, if you do get a relatively slow start in this, it's very difficult to try and come back in a relatively short distance like this, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And actually there's very good correlation between your maximum speed and your finishing time. So you're almost better smashing yourself, going as hard as you possibly can from the start and dying at the end. It still generally gives you a better time.
Yeah, it's not like a pursuit where you've got a little bit more time to pace the effort and work out a schedule, is it?
No time really to pace it at all. It's a horrible event. Your legs will fill up with lactic acid very quickly. You'll probably feel sick pretty quickly. But yeah, it's a case of going through that and keeping going to the end. Yeah,
it's a testament to the hard work of all of these riders, regardless of the time that they record. And of course, their ultimate aim is to try and secure that world title. Gozzi of Italy, 15th fastest, 1:06.472.
Just following on from that, I think that one of the things that people don't understand about sprinters sometimes is how hard they can push themselves. So you'll see sprinters training and they'll do an effort for maybe 200 meters and then they'll sit down for 20 minutes.
Yep.
They've absolutely given everything they possibly could during that time.
Absolutely.
We quite often have one rider in particular who does a 500-meter effort, and she will come off and be sick in the bin straight away, every week.
Absolutely. Well, yes, that certainly keeps our bin emptying operatives well employed, doesn't it? So 3 more riders to go on page 1 of the start list, and next to go from Germany is Felix Zoczki. And he was a rider who took the bronze medal in the team sprint a night or so ago. So we're looking for a good performance here for his kilometre ride here. And German team, traditionally a strong nation on the track, but we've seen a little bit of up and down performance over recent years, but the Germans are once again coming good in the last few years, I think, aren't they?
Yeah, I was in Cottbus maybe a month ago with the riders, and some amazing sprinting there. Really good, really strong. And they have this great tradition in sprinting in particular.
Yep. So the latest exponent of that here in the junior ranks, Felix Zoczki, is underway, aiming for that time of our current leader, the Canadian Stefan Ritter, national champion. And Scott, the Ritter, national champion in the Keirin, the sprint and the time trial. That's quite an achievement, isn't it?
It is. He's a very impressive rider. The Canadians are looking good, as are many of the other nations. But the sprint riders will tend to do the Keirin and the sprint. The time trial is a little bit more towards the end of their limits, towards the edge of their limits.
So very special athletes indeed to take the national championship in each one of those disciplines. And he is at the top of our leaderboard. Still in second place is Martin Churchman of the Czech Republic, with Sexton of New Zealand, Thomas Sexton, in 3rd place. We get the bell here for Zoczki of Germany, 5th fastest in 51.702. So let's see what he can pull out of the bag in the final half lap. And well, certainly in the top half of the classification, but work to do to challenge from those medal positions. And just shy of that in 6th place in 1:05.051. So just winding down after that effort, which you've heard from Scott here. It is an all-out effort. If you're feeling great at the end of it, you've probably done something wrong, actually, because it really does test the athletes to the absolute maximum to give us our champions in the kilometre discipline. And next to take up the challenge from Colombia is Kevin Quintero. So Quintero just about to climb aboard. Colombians, of course, known as great climbers in the world of road racing, but very fast performances on the track as well, particularly in the endurance disciplines for the Colombian nation. And Quintero here looking to make his mark on this kilometre time trial. So there's the leaderboard, with Ritter still ahead of Churchman and Sexton, Hatter of Japan, He's well placed also in fourth, but outside the medal positions. Still a good number of heats to go, as we'll be turning over the page shortly. But this is Quintero of Colombia. These are his last few moments, the final few beeps, which will get him underway. A little bit of a hush descends on the velodrome. And then the roar as the rider departs from the starting gate. Once again accompanied by his coach. Does running alongside the athletes, is that one of the key areas of coaching, do you think?
Not for me, personally, but a lot of the coaches will do that to try to motivate the riders a little bit more. I think if you're going to be really successful as a rider, you have to have that motivation from within. If it takes somebody to shout at you to make you go faster, then maybe you've not quite got the drive that you need. And
I guess if the coach overtakes you on foot, then you really may be looking for a different career.
Yeah, that could be a bit disheartening, I suppose.
I'm sure it might be, but Quintero is going well here. Sixth fastest time at the moment, 39.405 for the Colombian. So he's putting in a good effort here. Just moving ahead into fifth with 1 lap to go. 50.395 at that final lap marker. So he's looking for a good performance here. He's up to third, so this could well be a medal potential for the Colombian Quintero across the line, just drifting outside the medals, only by the narrowest of margins though. 1.104.167 is the time for Quintero of Colombia. So Ritter retains the lead, but Quintero almost in the medal positions there. He was third fastest at one point, just fading a little bit towards the finish as we look once again at that start. And you can see Quintero here heading for the line. Coach still working hard as well to encourage him around the track. And it was good work for him because he's finished in fourth fastest time. Moment 104.167. Whole mass of riders in that 104 category. But it's Ritter with that 101.673, who is still the fastest. Chechman in second, 102.999. And Sexton of New Zealand, 104.115 was his time. So on to Great Britain once more. And Lewis Stewart, another one of very talented riders from Great Britain. Scott, both your and my home nation, and without us exhibiting too much bias here with delivering our commentary to the whole world, but it's good to see the young British riders. Great success for them last week in the Europeans. Lewis Stewart, part of that bronze medal winning team sprint squad.
Yeah, it's great to see them coming back up. We've had a little bit of a lull since Chris Hoy retired, but hopefully we're getting back to where we were a few years ago. Sometimes it's just the athletes that are coming through are just not quite there, and it's not that they're bad athletes, it's just can be a 0.1% difference.
Yeah, we see that reflected in all the nations. The Australians for many years were dominant, and they went down, then they're back on the upward curve, and that kind of reflected across all of the best nations. And you can see the up-and-coming riders, as we mentioned already, from elsewhere in the world, representing new challenges. So it must be hard work for all the coaches around the world to make sure that they can keep their squads at the top of the table. Yeah,
and it's always much harder to stay at the top than it is to get there in the first place.
Yeah, there's only one way to go, isn't there, from the top?
Exactly, and once you're there, everybody's shooting for you. So you've got to be very driven. It's very hard sometimes to motivate the riders. We see that after Olympic success. In Olympic years, the performances always tend to drop off a little bit.
So Lewis Stewart, well, he's 15th fastest at the moment, so perhaps not quite in his compass here to challenge the leaders, but the time of 106.036, another marker for the bronze medalists from the team sprint just a week ago in Montichiari in Italy. So on to the much anticipated page 2 of the start list, and we find that the rider who finished in the bronze medal position in the Kirin Hill last night from Spain, David Ogambide, will be next to go. As we just see Lewis Stewart winding down there, looking at the second half of the classification with our on-screen graphic. And Ogambide of Spain, well, we saw that great performance in the Kirin race here last night, and he'll be looking to continue to show great pace here in this kilometre time trial. Scott, your thoughts Interesting to get your take on the state of the Keirin with the electric pacing bicycle these days. And I think one or two people think it's maybe taking a little bit of the atmosphere away from the Keirin. The rider's almost going around in silence with that electric pacing machine that is used these days.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's a little bit of a shame sometimes when the Dern is not there. That sort of putt noise and the fumes as well. It does add something to it. Having said that, I'm open to the idea that I'm maybe being a bit traditional, having been in the sport for a while. So, as long as the bike goes at the right speed and the racing is good, then I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I think you and me share a similar view on that. But we're old traditionalists, and the technology continues moving forward. And of course, very environmentally friendly indeed are the electric pacing bikes we see now used in the Keirin. We saw men's Keirin yesterday. We'll see women's Keirin racing later on in these championships as well. Orgambide, the bronze medalist in that Keirin, is now turning his hand to the kilometre time trial, 13th fastest at the moment in 28.365 at that split. So the Spaniard here needs to lift this one if he can. And he's 40.221, maintaining a constant pace, but it's not quite quick enough currently to move him up that leaderboard. A lap to go for Orgambide of Spain. So as he goes into the back straight, the effort really beginning to show. The line gets a little bit wayward as the rider tires. And he's across the line in 1:06.100 for David Orgambide of Spain. So to Russia, we will go next, and we'll welcome Pavel Perchuk onto the track. And he's competitor number 31 of the 38 riders who make up the complete start list in this men's kilometre time trial. There's the leaderboard once more. Ritter still sitting at the top. I think we'll do well to see that time beaten this evening as we get into the final few riders. We've got a couple of national champions yet to come. Cameron Scott from Australia is the Australian national champion. He's already taken a bronze medal in this competition 12 months ago in Kazakhstan. And of course, Ertan de Pauw, who's got a whole host of national championships to his name, will be the last rider to go. And he is the European kilometre champion. So there are still one or two challenges that await that lead of the Canadian Ritter at the top of the table. Let's see what the Russian Federation rider here, Pavel Perchuk, can bring to the track, as he's competitor number 31 to go in this kilometre time trial competition. That matte black helmet, just zipping up the jersey as he too completes his preparation for the start. As we heard from Scott a few moments ago, numerous different techniques employed by riders to just get themselves settled, ready for that all-important departure from the starting gate. And powering away from the line. So if you're introducing a new rider to the kilometre discipline, I guess the start, as you mentioned, is the most critical part, but also maintaining that line around the track is important, isn't it?
Yeah, the line is very important, and particularly here with the 200-metre track. Not something that the riders that I work with suffer with quite so much because they're used to it, but you see a lot of the riders who are swinging up in the bankings a little bit, trying to hold the bike down, but just struggling to keep it down onto that black line, where on a 250-metre track, they would probably not have any issues.
And of course, the geometry of the banking tends to throw the riders into the straights as they come off the banking. So even though you may look at the track on the TV and think, oh, it looks pretty symmetrical, in fact, it's not, is it? It's
not, no. And if you ever get the chance, if you're a track rider, to ride the opposite way around the track, it's a very strange experience. And it's, suddenly you realise that actually the bankings are not identical.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully everyone will set off in the correct direction here during the course of these championships, and Perchuk certainly has, and it's a good time. Third fastest, so he displaces the Kiwi Sexton down to fourth place, and Perchuk of the Russian Federation takes third fastest time in 1:03.691. So this really has opened up the competition with still a handful of heats remaining. Next away from Chinese Taipei will be Nian Xing Hsei. Just looking at the leaderboard now with Perchuk occupying that third slot. Still Chechman and Ritter above him. So we could yet see all of that change in the last few riders away here. 7 yet to go, including the current occupant of the start gate. Well, he's almost a current occupant of the start gate, just bringing the bike to the track now. And And the rider will specify to the assistant where he'd want the pedal to be in order to apply the maximum downward force. Bike clamped into that starting gate, held by a couple of brake blocks on the back wheel, which are not released until the timing countdown is completed. I often see riders, particularly at senior level, trying to anticipate the start, maybe drag the starting block down the track behind them. I've seen that happen on occasion, but hence the reason that the technical support guys stand on the back of that starting block, make sure it remains rock solid, whilst the rider applies maximum pressure to the pedals. And as we've heard from Scott already, this is the critical part. Riders spend many, many hours just practicing departing from that starting gate. And, days of old, they used to have mechanically operated gates that were operated by releasing a lever, and then before that they were a hell start. But these days the technology is linked to the timing, and of course the front wheel applying pressure to that timing strip as well, which will start the clock running. And Hsay of Chinese Taipei away from the line. Just seeing Scott underneath the seat there is one of those devices that transmit the data for the coaches to look at. And of course the rider's not permitted to see any of that equipment, hence the reason why it's placed underneath the seat.
Yes, absolutely. It's used to be able to have them on the handlebars, but now if they are on the handlebars, they have to be covered or turned upside down so that the rider can't see it. To be honest, in the kilo, if you can read your power output, then you're probably not trying hard enough.
Yes, the point at which the double vision sets in is part way into the ride, isn't it? But all that technology sending the information back and can be analysed later. And as Scott mentioned, it is that well-known expression of marginal gains that can be the difference between a gold and a silver medal. And those stats will be analysed in depth at the end of each ride. Sen of Chinese Taipei is currently 1.9 seconds off the required pace for the lead. He's just outside the medals as well in fourth spot. Let's see if he can lift it. Not quite, so fourth for Hsay of Chinese Taipei, even in 1:03.778. So that was a good ride from the Chinese Taipei rider. 0.2105 off the pace of the rider at the top of the leaderboard. It's still the Canadian, multiple national champion, Stefan Ritter. But we're running out of riders to challenge him. 6 still to go. Next to which, representing Poland, will be Bartosz Rudzik.
It's a pretty fast time to challenge. I think he may be fairly safe. If I had to bet on it, I'd probably go for him being the champion.
Yeah, I think he may be right. As we mentioned at the time he posted that, it wasn't too far away from the world record, which has stood for 14 years, 1:01.376, posted by Ahmed Lopez of Cuba back in August of 2002. When you and I were but slips of a lad. Well, actually, I was at the Commonwealth Games in Manchester back in 2002, around about this time.
Yeah, I was as well, I think.
Absolutely. It's amazing how quickly 14 years have gone by. And, of course, looking forward to the Rio Olympics in just a couple of weeks' time as well.
Yes, it should be a great event, hopefully. It looks like the velodrome's all finished now, so it's all ready to go. We've got 3 riders from the centre going. So we have Ebtisam from Egypt, in the sprint, Lisandra Guerra from Cuba, also in the sprint, and then we have Gideone Rodriguez from the host country, from Brazil. So we're looking forward to seeing how they do.
I'm sure you are, and it'll be great pride, obviously, in the performance of those athletes who've done their training here at the World Cycling Centre. And we were chatting again as I mentioned, to Brian Cookson yesterday. He was there to witness the last nails being applied to the track just a couple of weeks ago, and it's all looking good for a great Olympics in Rio in just a couple of weeks' time. But our focus here, of course, is on the Junior World Championships here at the World Cycling Centre in Aigle in Switzerland. And we were mentioning the climatic conditions with Brian yesterday. It's been very, very warm over recent days, but a little bit cooler outside today. But inside here, it's still pretty hot.
Yeah, the building is always, in the summer, it gets pretty hot pretty quickly because of the construction. In the winter, it's pretty chilly some days when it's snowing outside. But the one thing that's pretty stable is the pressure. It's always slightly lower here, and that can give you fast times. So the
absolutely.
combination of the warm and the low pressure is partly responsible, at least, for the quick times that we're seeing.
Absolutely, the climatic conditions certainly taking a hand in producing the very best performances. And 105.720 for Rudik of Poland, good enough for 14th place at this stage of the competition. So back to Spain for our next rider on the track. And this is the rider who took the bronze medal at the European Championships in Montichiari in Italy just a week or so ago. 104.20 on that occasion for Alejandro Martinez of Spain, who is on the track now. There's familiar colours of the yellow and red of the Spanish nation. So let's see what he can do. He got that bronze medal from the Europeans. And there is the leaderboard for you, with Martinez followed by 4 further riders to bring this competition to a close. Scott's got his money on Ritter maintaining his lead. We shall see if he's proven right. I'm not hedging my bets. I'm a coward when it comes to stretching my neck out in trying to predict an outcome, but it certainly was a great ride from Ritter, and we've not seen anyone come within 1.3 seconds of it so far. So let us see what Martinez can do. That 104.20 from his European bronze medal would only be good enough for 4th place at the moment in this competition, so he'll need to look to try and improve on that. How was that for a start, Scott?
It was okay. A little bit of a collapse from his upper body, so potentially he might, if he looks at the video, might want to try and stiffen his arms up a little bit, but otherwise, yeah, not bad.
Yep. So it's all about not only the strength of the legs, of course, but also strength in the arms for that start to make sure that you've got maximum leverage to get the bike out of the gate, isn't it?
Yes, if you imagine trying to push against an elastic band, you're not going to go very far.
Yeah.
Whereas if you push against a brick wall, then you've got something, you have to move.
Yeah.
And that's really the same principle on the start line. If you've got a good core and good strong upper body, you can keep that nice and stiff and locked in position. It gives your powerful legs and glutes something to push against.
So I guess that's why gym work is so critical, particularly the sprinters, to make sure that they have got that upper body strength.
Yeah, and it's very critical, possibly more than some people realise. So we have Lisandro's squats 200 kilos in the gym,
yep.
Which if anybody's ever seen that, it's pretty impressive. The
Absolutely.
bar bends, you know, and the developing riders, you can see the correlation between, as they lift more, their times go down.
Yep, every time I'm in the gym, I'm always very impressed by the work being done by the sprinters. 5th fastest time for Martinez of Spain, 104.002. So not quite in with the medal challenge, but a credible ride nonetheless. As Scott observed, you can just see the start there, just relinquishing that tensed upper arm position, which caused him not to have perhaps the best start he could have had, but a good time nevertheless from the European bronze medalist Alejandro Martinez of Spain. So 4 riders still to go. There is the leaderboard once more, with Ritter still sitting pretty at the top, 1.326 seconds ahead of Chechman of the Czech Republic, and Perchuk of the Russian Federation in 3rd place, 2.018 behind. Just glancing down at the leader there, looks pretty calm at the moment, but the nerves must be jangling a little bit. He's held that lead for quite some time now. He went away in heat number 21. We're now on heat number 35. Is there any guidance you can give to your athletes, Scott, as to how to relax when they've done a time like that and then they're sitting there just watching everyone else go? How do you contain those nerves?
So from my point of view, it's a case of if you focus on the process of the ride rather than the outcome, it shouldn't be so much of a problem. We really focus on that, doing the same thing, whether it's a training session or a race. And we try and ask the riders to do better in terms of all sorts of things. It's not just about the final time. Yeah. It's about how they've started, how they've prepared, how they've kept up with their nutrition during the day, and so on.
Absolutely right. And this is another rider from Korea. Youngyu Na is the rider on the track, 7th fastest at that split point, as he makes his way around the track here in the Aigle velodrome. Strong support for the Koreans this week, and they're turning in some credible performances indeed. 2nd fastest now for Na. Well, we could see an upset here. This is a good pace indeed, just 0.4 tenths of a second off the lead for Na of Korea, and he's maintained that pace as well. So we're approaching the conclusion of this ride. This is looking promising for Korea. Here he comes across the line in second fastest time, 1:02.573. So Chechman is pushed down to third, and a great ride for Korea. And everything we've been talking about, Scott, embodied in that ride. And I think we can see the reaction of Ritter there when he sees that ride we've just seen from Na of Korea. We'll have a little bit of a slow motion review, I think, for you in a moment. And that was a great ride there from the Korean. And he's moved up his silver medal position. And here we go, heading for the line. Good pace, maintained it. Just built from that really good start. Oh, and look at the face of oh, there's some relief there.
There definitely is.
I think you thought he was under threat there for a moment.
It was close. It was a great ride from the Korean.
So, well, the gauntlet being thrown down in the closing stages here. 1:02.573 for Na of Korea. 3 riders to go. Bradley Knipe of New Zealand will be the first of them. In the starting gate now. Thinking of riders to come in a competition when they've just seen a really impressive ride like that one, how does it affect the morale? You've been building yourself, you've been concentrating, you've been focusing. Do they even pay attention at that stage when they're ready to go?
I'd hope not, to be honest.
Yep.
They should be focusing on what they're about to do.
Yep.
Again, there are individual differences. Some riders will be looking at the scoreboard, but most will be getting their heads in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's Knipe of New Zealand. Let's see if his head and indeed legs and arms are in the right place to produce an impressive ride here.
The Kiwis have been looking good, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a good ride here.
Yep, you're absolutely right. We saw the women's team take that great gold medal in the women's team sprint a couple of nights ago, and some other great performances from the Kiwis, with Campbell Stewart leading the men's team pursuit squad to gold as well. So they're having a good World Championships. Look at the split time. Knipe's fastest. Well, you may be onto one here, Scott, because the rider from New Zealand, Bradley Knipe, is doing a really impressive ride indeed. He's 0.4 of a second faster than Ritter at this stage of the ride. And strong support from New Zealand here in the velodrome, and it might be worthwhile for them to keep the cheers going, because their man is doing well, just wavering slightly from his line, tying for that lead position. This is going to be agonisingly close between Stefan Ritter and Knipe at the line, all just fading at the line. Look at that. Well, Ritter once again being put to the sword as Knipe was threatening his lead. 1:01.897 was the time, good enough for a silver medal with 2 riders yet to go. Well, this is a real great climax, this kilometre competition, and we could yet see Ritter displaced from the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, although he is guaranteed a medal now, I think.
Absolutely,
so.
yes, with just 2 riders left to go. But it is Cameron Scott, the Australian national champion, who was the bronze medalist at the Worlds last year, and following him will be the Belgian national champion for the time trial, the scratch and the Kirin, and the European champion, Ayrton de Pauw. So 2 very impressive riders yet to come. So Ritter, Knipe and Na of Korea occupying the medal positions at the moment. Australia come to the track now in the form of Cameron Scott, the national champion for the time trial for Australia. Bronze medal 12 months ago in Astana, Kazakhstan. 1:03.410 on that occasion. Well, he'd have to go faster than 1:03. He'd have to go faster than 1:01 if he wants to get himself better than bronze, because both riders at the top of the classification, Ritter and Knipe, both inside that 1:02 margin comfortably. And Na of Korea 1:02.573. Those are the times to be aimed at by Cameron Scott of Australia, the penultimate rider to start here. He was part of that silver medal winning team sprint squad just a couple of nights ago. Second fastest at the start, so he got away well, but he's got to continue to deliver for the remaining laps here. 21.662, the 600ths of a second is the current gap. That is closable, I think.
It is closable if he's not tying up too badly, although it looks like he's slipping back a little bit further there.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So he's put it all in at the start, but not quite maintaining that pace. And we may see him just drift a little further back, down to 3rd fastest time now. He needs to maintain this pace if he's to be in with a chance of that bronze medal. Well, just fading a little further. So it'll be a good time for Scott of Australia. but will it be good enough for a medal? As we've heard from the expert insight from Scott during the course of this competition, it's very difficult to come back once you start losing time, and that is the case for Scott of Australia. 1:02.689, just fading in the closing stages to 4th fastest time. So just one more rider to go. And Stefan Ritter of Canada, there he is.
Looking pretty happy.
He's looking pretty happy. He knows he's at least got the silver medal, but of course he wants the gold. And the man who could be in the way of that happening is the rider who is the European champion for the time trial. 1:03.30 in Montichiari last week. He was the bronze medalist in the sprint at the same championships. He is the national champion of Belgium in the time trial, in the sprint and in the keirin. He is Ayrton de Pauw. He is the last rider to go in the kilometre time trial competition.
You can see he's got some chalk on his hands there and on his handlebars for grip. So similar to you'd use for rock climbing.
Yeah, some riders using gloves, others using the bare hands and the chalk. I guess, again, it's down to personal choice as to which you favour.
Yeah, and also depends on what you have on your bars. So some people will have the traditional handlebar tape, some will have grip tape, a little bit like you get on the skateboard deck.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it proves effective for the man from Belgium, the last rider away in the kilometre time trial. Ritter's time, 1:01.673. is what he is aiming for. That looked a good start.
It's pretty much a textbook start there, yeah.
And let's see if that's translated. Oh, it's actually 7th fastest, so work to do here for de Pauw.
He could be on a big gear. You never quite know. So
yeah, it's more difficult to get the bigger gears going, and in fact he is now moving forward into 2nd position. So Knipes' time under threat here. The Kiwi sitting in 2nd in 1:01.897. 0.051 behind the pace of Ritter. Well, the young Canadian, he's smiling every time we look at him, but he must be looking with a little bit of concern at the track now. But de Pauw fading a little down to 3rd place, so Ritter could well be securing his medal here as de Pauw slips to 5th with a lap to go. Well, Ritter, I think, can afford now that smile, and already he's celebrating even before de Pauw has crossed the line. 1:02.103, only 6th place. So de Pauw finishes 6th in 1:03.129. But the junior world champion is the rider from Canada, Stefan Ritter. He is pretty pleased, as you might expect. And Scott, well, your money was on him, and you've come good.
Yeah, a really impressive time. And I think once the last rider from Belgium there started slowing down, there was no way back. He was pedaling squares, and unfortunately for him, that was the end of his challenge.
So there is the leaderboard, and it was Stefan Ritter, I should say, of Canada, who takes the gold medal. Ahead of Bradley Knipe of New Zealand, who'll get the silver, and a very creditable ride there from the rider from Korea, Youngyu Na, who will take the bronze. Scott, it's been great to have your company, and thank you for that brilliant insight into the coaching here and also the techniques used by the riders. I'm sure our audience have appreciated your input as well, and good luck for you and your riders for the rest of the championship and the forthcoming Olympics as well, Scott. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much indeed for that. Excellent. So that young man celebrating on your screen his world championship in the kilometre time trial. Stefan Ritter of Canada, who was already the national champion of Canada in the time trial, but that time of 1:01.673 came very close indeed to the still standing world record of 14 years from back in China in 2002. But a great kilometre time trial competition. So our programme will move on. We'll see the victory ceremony for that a little bit later, but we'll switch the action now to sprinting. And I think it's time we told you all about how the sprint competition is contested.
The sprint is a classic short-distance event in which 2 riders cover 3 laps of the track. Qualification consists of flying start 200 metres time trial. The time trial is followed by knockout heats, fastest, versus slowest. From the quarterfinals, the riders race best of 3 heats. Sprint racing is all about the tactics. Riders will sometimes come to a standstill in an effort to make their opponent take the lead, which is the least advantageous position before the final sprint to the finish.
So that's the sprint for you. No doubt if you're an aficionado of track cycling, you're familiar with the way this competition plays out. It's a mixture of very fast pace and also the tactical battle as well to try and get the best advantage ahead of your opponent on the track. We're at the quarter-final stage now of the women's sprint competition, a competition which began earlier today with the qualification round. And we're now at the best of 3 for the quarter-final matches. Heat number 1 will feature Mathilde Gross of France taking on Yofang Guo of China. So the riders draw for position before they come to trackside to determine who starts on the inside and who starts on the outside. The reason for that being the inside position obliged to lead away from the start line unless her opponent elects to go past her. Have to maintain walking pace for at least the first half lap. They can come to a standstill for no more than a period of 30 seconds and no more than 2 occasions. So this is the event where the starter, who is now just checking that the riders are ready to go, has a critical role. First of all, needs to make sure he's happy with the start. The riders can be propelled away from the start line by their assistants. Gross of France has drawn the inside position here in the dark blue colours, and Guo of China in the red with the yellow text. The second wheel, they roll away from the line. No hanging about, they're already halfway down the back straight. Both of these riders have had good championships so far. Gross is the European time trial and sprint champion from Montichiari just a week or so ago. And Guo of China, well, she took second spot in the time trial here yesterday. She led for a long time, agonisingly close to taking the gold medal, just denied in the closing couple of heats. But she's mounting the challenge here for Gross. Gross still on the inside, but around the outside comes Guo of China, and she will go 1 match to the good. Another little look at that closing run to the line for you. It's very close. And Guo confirmed as the winner. A small margin, 11.911 for the closing 200 metres. So 4 heats make up this quarter-final, as you would expect, the quarter-final, and the next heat will feature from Germany, Pauline Sophie Grabosch, and her opponent from the Czech Republic is Sara Kankowska. So Grabosch, the time trial champion here yesterday, eventually beating the rider we just saw in the previous heat, Guo of China. And the rider's just preparing to come to the start line. They'll be brought up by their assistant, who will hold them steady on the line until the starter gives the signal to go. And just making sure the feet are securely attached to the pedals. So Kankowska of the Czech Republic, bronze medalist in the Kirin last year's championships, also bronze in the sprint at the Europeans. along with a gold medal in the keirin. So this will be an interesting battle between these two. And having completed the draw inside the track, it is Grabosh who has the inside position, and Kankowska of the Czech Republic on the outside. Czech rider in the pale blue, and German in the white with the black shorts. And it is Grabosh who takes up the lead position, as she is obliged to do, having drawn the inside. The reason for that draw, and the reason that the lead position is perceived as being slightly disadvantageous, is that the rider behind can both benefit from the slipstream of her opponents and also keep an eye on what she's about to do, whereas the rider in the lead position has to keep looking behind to try and preempt a possible attacking move. Grabosh holding off her opponent from the Czech Republic at the moment, and Kankowska needs to lift the pace a little here. Grabosh beginning to lift it as they go into the final lap here. And work to do for Kankowska to come round the outside of the multiple time trial champion. She knows that the German has pace to spare, and that is evidenced by her winning of the first encounter. Average speed of 59.870 for the closing 200 metres in 12.026. So Grabosh 1 ahead of Kankowska in heat number 2. Heat 3 will come next. New Zealand versus the People's Republic of China. China with 2 riders represented in these women's sprint quarterfinals. Already seen Gao just narrowly losing out to Grace of France in the opening heat. China this time represented by Chao Yu-shen. Shen is a member of that team sprint bronze medal winning competition. You see the riders here drawing for that position, turning over the card. Position 1, position 2. Like a bit of a game of cards before they come to the track. So you saw the Chinese rider draw number 1 card, hence she starts on the inside. And coming on the outside. So this is heat 3 of the women's sprint quarterfinals, match number 1. Best of 3. So if you win 2, you're through to the semis. The losers at this stage will contest a minor final later. And it's the Chinese rider Shen leading this one away. Coming just sitting a bike length or so behind her. Both riders down inside that red line. I referred to it earlier during the kilometre time trial being little importance in that discipline, but in this race it really is one of the critical parts of the track. Once the leading rider is inside that red sprinters line, her opponent has to go around the outside. Cannot go underneath. Will be penalised by the race officials. So getting that sprinters line forces your opponent not only to try and draw level, then to go around the outside, taking the longer route to the finish line. But coming, oh, that was agonisingly close on the line. We will wait for the photo finish to confirm that one. Cumming had the greater closing velocity, but did she have enough to overcome Shen at the line? Here's a replay of the run from that final banking. Cumming left it late to come around the outside. Oh, and I think she just may have got it on the line. Confirmed, yep. So it was Emma Cumming of New Zealand takes victory in semi-final, in quarter-final, I should say, match number 1. So Chao Yu-shen will need to take match 2 if she's to force that one to go to a decider. The 4th and final heat in the women's sprint quarter-final. British interest in this one for the current national junior champion of the sprint in Great Britain. This is Sophie Capewell. Sophie taking bronze medal success at the Europeans in the team sprint and the time trial as well. Her opponent, representing the Netherlands, will be Hetty van der Wouw. Van der Wouw, bronze medalist in the European Sprint Championship and a gold medalist as part of that championship winning team sprint squad from the Netherlands. And it is the Netherlands rider who has drawn the inside position, Sophie Capewell, higher up the track. Sophie, the elder of two sisters, both of whom accomplished track cyclists. Hailing from Lichfield in Great Britain. And De Vouw of the Netherlands in that lead position. You can see what I mentioned a few moments ago, exemplified by the style of riding here of De Vouw. She's keeping a constant check over her right shoulder, trying to preempt any possible move by Capewell. Capewell's happy to sit there, just easing herself out of the saddle, so slightly higher up the track, maintaining a good distance here. Of course, she needs to be mindful not to let that gap become too large. Oh, and the Dutch rider has pulled the foot out. Well, that's her misfortune. She needs to try and clip back in and continue. That's not a legitimate reason for bringing the heat to a close, and Capewell will profit from that. Sophie Capewell had already got the lead position. So Capewell crossed the line first. The gun was fired, so it's possible that heat has been brought to a premature conclusion. Just look back at what happened. Capewell was mounting her attack. Just coming into our shot now. De Vouw just pulled the foot from the pedal. Well, there could have been a breakage of the cleat that holds the foot in place. Capewell was oblivious to that. Continued on. Some protestations there from the British team, I think. So, not quite sure what's going to happen there. Neither is the British coach. Capewell thought she had that one won. Looked to me as though De Vouw just pulled her foot out of the pedal. Continued one foot before she reattached. Capewell, first across the line. So we'll confirm situation for that. The race officials just continue to review that footage at trackside. The gun was fired by the starter to indicate the heat was brought to a conclusion, but looked like just a pulling of a foot to me. So we shall find out. That was the first of 3 potential matches in the women's sprint quarterfinals. Well, it looks as though they're going to restart that one. The trackside officials having looked several times at the footage of that incident. Van der Vouw is currently sitting at the side of the track, having her feet more firmly attached to the pedals, I think. Of course, clipless pedals can be adjusted for the amount of force required to remove your foot from it. If you're riding your bike along the road and you come to a set of traffic lights, of course, you don't want to be fighting to try and release your foot, but when you're racing on a track, then you really do need to make sure you have got the best purchase possible on that pedal. Shake of the head there from Capewell. She had that heat won even before De Vouw suffered that problem, I think, because she was coming around the outside. She she'd capitalised on that second position she took away from the line. Followed the Dutch rider, attacked at what she thought was the correct moment, and got the advantage. So Capewell continuing to prowl around the outskirts of the track here. Meanwhile, Devout still in the company of her coach. So the men in the blue shirts are the ones who make the decisions here, the UCI officials. Having a little discussion between themselves, and it is going to be a restart. So Van der Wouw and Capewell will have to do it again. Van der Wouw having caused the stoppage. Having caused the stoppage, would start on the inside anyway. Of course, she had drawn the inside position initially. So the decision of the commissaires was that that was a failure not caused by the rider, therefore the restart has been given. So Dutch rider Hetty van der Wouw leads away once more. Looking behind her at Capewell, who is zigzagging to her left and right, just trying to put off Van der Wouw. Starts to move up the track. Van der Wouw still inside that sprinter's line. Capewell begins to accelerate. This is a mirror image of the previous heat. Capewell not quite got the advantage this time though. At the bell, it's still the lead for Van der Wouw, as Capewell got the energy to come around her this time. Well, the Dutch rider, no such difficulty, and work to do here for Capewell. She's into the slipstream of the Dutch rider as they come into the scoreboard for the final time. Can she come around the outside? No, she can't. So Van der Wouw, following the restart, takes the victory. Well, Sophie Capewell will have to come back and take victory in match number 2. Detaching the visor to afford a better view around the track. So that women's sprint quarter-final competition will continue later on during the course of this evening's programme. Remember, this is a potentially best of 3 to decide who will progress into the semi-finals. The eventual losers will contest a minor final. Those semi-final races will come up during the course of tomorrow's racing programme. So next up on the track, we're going to have some points race action. It will be the men's point race, covering 24 kilometres of the track. And if you're unsure about the rules of the point race, well, we have an explanatory video to make it clearer for you.
The points race is a mass start race over a long distance. It's an endurance race, but tactics are crucial to the rider's success. A sprint is held every 10 laps, which is signalled by a bell. Points are awarded for each sprint. For first place, 5 points. For second, it's 3. Third place, 2 points. And for fourth place, 1 point. In addition to the sprints, riders can earn 20 points for lapping the field and joining the back of the main bunch of riders. The leading rider is indicated by the starter, who stands on the start line and points to the leading rider as he or she passes. The winner is the rider with the most points at the end of the race.
So there you have it. That's what the point race is all about. We've already seen the women's point race on the opening night of competition here. And this is the turn of the men. They're covering a total distance of 24 kilometres, which equates to 120 laps of this 200-metre track. 12 sprints to bring us our eventual winner. Twenty riders qualifying through from the qualification heats earlier today. Defending champion amongst them, a Japanese rider who took victory 12 months ago in Kazakhstan, in Astana, at the 2015 Junior World Track Cycling Championships. Shunsuke Imamura of Japan, race number 73. British representation in this race for the national champion for the points race, Matt Walls. Also gold medalist in the team pursuit, the European Championships, just a week or so ago. And the team who took the silver medal in that team pursuit represented in this race as well. That was Poland. Szymon Krawczyk is the Polish rider, race number 82. So 20 riders lined up, half of them in the well of the track, half of them hanging onto the balustrade at the top of the track. They'll have a rolling lap, the gun will fire when they come around, and then it's 120 laps, as you saw in our explanation VT. Sprint every 10 laps, 5 for the win, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth place. Those points added together, and it's the aggregate of the points at the end of the race that will bring us the winner, with the added spice of interest that if a rider or riders gain a lap, that's if they go off the front and rejoin the back of the largest group on the track. That decision made by our trackside officials. When a lap gain has been made, they will be awarded 20 points. So it's not just a matter of picking up points in the intermediate sprints, although point races are indeed won by that means. But if you can gain a lap, or maybe 2, then you can ease yourself into a medal-winning position. So this is a race for the endurance riders, 24 kilometres. One or two of these riders who are more familiar with riding on the 250-metre track will perhaps require a little bit of adjustment. Sprints will come up more rapidly, and indeed the race will be conducted at a slightly brisker pace. Slightly shorter distance than they would contest on a 250-metre track. So it started just checking that everyone is present and correct. Riders just getting themselves ready. It's going to be a long race, this one. And you'll see lots and lots of attacking moves. Quite often a rider will decide to go on the attack to get sprint points. The bell, of course, indicates that that sprint is being contested next time around. And sometimes, when a rider crosses the line ahead of the main field, picks up those sprint points, the main field will take the minor places, and then they can sit up sometimes and just think, oh, how's that sprint completed? And the rider who's away can sometimes capitalise on that and get a sneaky lap gain without a vast amount of effort by comparison with going away and trying to forge an advantage with the main field chasing you hard. So here we go, 120 laps of the Aigle Velodrome for the Junior Men's World Points Race Final. So this lap is the neutralised lap. The gun will fire this time. And away we go with France at the front. Clément Davy. Plenty of support for the many nations represented here in this point race. Australia also notable there at the front of the group. That's Hayden Grant. relatively relaxed pace currently. Hence the fact the riders are all together in one big group above that blue line around the track. When the pace lifts, they will line out and they'll be in a position lower down. Seeing our first attacking move in the early stages of the race. Rider from Germany goes on the attack here. And you can see how quickly they go away here on this 200-metre track. And already the main field giving chase. Trying to limit the advantage. That's Richard Banusch of Germany. France giving chase. So too the main field. Well, Banusch fully committed now. He came from the back of the main field. Has taken the lead, opened that advantage, which he's maintaining. There are 4 laps to go to the first sprint. Very difficult to gain a lap on your own when the main field are chasing hard. But if they relax for a moment, as I mentioned, you can find yourself drawing ever closer to the back of the main field. But with the sprint approaching in 3 laps' time, 600 metres away, the pace in the main field will inevitably lift, and Banusch will find himself having to redouble his efforts. He's looking good for the 5 points, though. Always good to open your account early in the race. Chasing group now come clear, with Poland leading that one. Kazakhstan as well in there. So too Ukraine. Head of the races in the finishing straight with 1 lap to go to the sprint. 5 chasers. And then the main field. So the points will be swallowed up by those riders who are ahead of the main bunch on the track. 5 points for the German. Bell rung at the wrong moment, but I think he knew that that was the sprint. 110 laps on the board. Should be 109 now as the leader comes round. Still showing 110. Now it's 109 as the chasers get ever closer. So it's a good move to try and gain that lap. But he's about to be joined by 3 chasers, then 2 more. But we could see a number of riders gain the lap here. Confirmation of that sprint. Banusch there ahead of Shevban in second, from Lee and Krajcik in 4th. And those 4 riders are going to gain a lap. That leaves France the head of the race. So France are the leaders, being pursued here by the United States. 106 laps still to go in this junior point race. The American there, who's taken up the chase up the front of the race, is John Kufal. Again, the main field stretch out in pursuit of that leading group. Our scoreboard updated to reflect those lap gains. Eventually 6 riders latching on to pick up the 20 points each. The leaders are at the pursuit line in the back straight. They too aren't far away from catching up the rear of the main field. Still 4 away from the next sprint. 3 chasers trying to latch onto the 2 leaders, and then a further chaser as well. So this race spread all around the track now. And the leading group, well, they may just hold off trying to make that lap gain until the sprint has been contested, because that will give them the points in the sprint as well as the 20 points for the lap gain. Rider from the United States will be first to close the gap. Lap gain will be deemed to happen when they catch up with the largest group on the track, and I think the American has just done that. He was not amongst the first tranche of riders who gained the lap. We're about to get the bell with a lap to go for sprint number 2. Banusch of Germany leads on 25, having scored the points and also got the lap gain. So 5 points on the line in sprint number 2. We'll just bring up the right screen on our computer to confirm the result of that one for you. Well, Lee is being credited with another lap gain during all that strenuous activity of Chinese Taipei. It goes up to 42 points, and with it has the race lead. The rider who's credited with the 5 points on the line that time was Joaquin of Chile. So Lee, 2 lap gains to his credit. That's the way to win a point race. Early days yet, though, still 96 laps to go. And it was the Colombian who took maximum points, as we speculated, in that sprint, ahead of Ruiz in second. 3rd place in that sprint taken by Hayden Grant of Australia. So the points table sees Lee at the top with 42. Banoche, the first rider to go away and gain the lap, still sits in second with 25. 23 for Sherban, and 22 for Crouch, and 20 points for Davi. More riders gaining laps here. So the top 10 riders all now with a lap gain to their credit. As Lee takes another one, well, laps are being lapped up by the moment here, and the rider from Chile again finds himself in the thick of the action. 93 to go. Furious pace at the start of this point race. 2 riders at the head of the action, and the lead now taken over with a lap to go to the next sprint. And the man who has the lead, that's Sherban of the Ukraine. He's in joint 4th place going into this one. He'll pick up 5 more points on the line this time. 5 for Sherban. The rest of the points shared out by the riders at the head of the main field, with 3 going to Ruiz of Argentina. His second place finish. Well, Sherban sat up, having secured the points. 2 riders just once again finding themselves detached here. So ahead of the race is the main field with Switzerland. That's Mark Hershey. So Hershey making good ground here for the home nation. About to lap one of the back markers. Main field in the back straight. The rider who has been lapped is Kovalan Joachim, winner of a couple of sprints, but I think his race may be run shortly if he falls too many laps behind. Our chief commissar just preparing the red flag to indicate that the rider's race is over. But it's still Switzerland in the ascendancy with 85 laps remaining. But at the top of the table, the rider who has got 62 points and 3 lap gains so far is Chao Liwen of Chinese Taipei. Well, this is a good move by Hershey of Switzerland, getting ever closer, with just 1 chaser coming clear of the main field. He's got the back of the main group in his sights as he goes into the back straight with 82 to go, 2 away from the next sprint. Well, it's agonisingly close, but of course the main field also beginning to lift their pace. Head of the race is the Swiss rider, heading towards the line. He'll hang off the lap gain for another lap to take the 5 points, I'm sure. Then he'll just notch up the pace to latch onto the back of that group. So Hershey of Switzerland gets the 5. And as the main field contest the minor placings, in fact, the rider who's just slightly ahead of the main field who will get second there, that's Pedersen of Denmark. Fragmentation at the head of the main field as they come round. Just waiting for our assistant to update with all of the placings in that, but no doubt that Hershey, benefited from the 5 points in the sprint victory. Pedersen was second. Molina was in third place for Colombia. And in fourth place, that went to Hayden Grant from Australia. Well, Hershey not yet credited with the lap gain on our scoring system. He definitely latched on following completion of that sprint. Will give him, by my reckoning, a total points of 26. .76 laps to go, 6 away from the next sprint. Once again, an attacking move, 2 riders go clear. Camera just focusing on the Swiss rider there, who latched onto the back of that group following the sprint. Off the front, we have 2 riders. Ivan Ruiz of Argentina is one of them, but I think they're about to be caught back. Immediately they are. Once again, the attacking move is telegraphed away by Clement Davy of France. Davies pulled away with 3 to go to the sprint. Glancing across the track, he has half a lap's lead ahead of the peloton. British rider at the front there. That's Matt Walls, the national champion for the points race. This looks good for Davy of France for 5 points. He's currently lying joint 10th with 20 points on the board. This will give him 5 more. Here's the head of the race on the line with 5 points scored. 3 riders clear of the main field. We'll pick up the next points available. 3 go to Vilmar Molina of Colombia. Once again, it's Matt Walls, the British national champion for the points race, involved in the action at the front. Into the finishing straight once more, 68 laps remaining. Along with Walls is the Ukrainian Sherban. Only a small advantage they hold as the chase comes here, and they're caught once more. It's Poland closing the gap. Szymon Krakowicz, the rider who took the silver medal in the Europeans at the team pursuit, part of that squad, showing his strength in the point race here, closing down the leaders once more. As Richard Banush, the rider who went clear originally to take the first lap gain in this race, once again goes on the attack, but this time he's not being allowed to escape. Lead group of 7 riders with a small advantage. USA lead the chasing peloton. John Kufal still lead at the top with 62, ahead of Krausic with 42, Sherban with 29, and Ruiz with 26. Well, interestingly, our scoring system still not credited the Swiss rider with the lap gain I'm pretty sure he took at the conclusion of the sprint. Still languishing in 7th place according to the score, but he definitely got the lap gain following the sprint along with the 5 points, so hopefully that will be corrected before we come to the final analysis of the medals. Most recent sprint taken by Davy, the rider from France, Clement Davy, with 5, and Molina with 3, Walls for 2, and Sherban for 1. The bell indicates the 60 lap to go sprint is just about to be upon us. The head of the race are the riders in the home straight here. Canada on the attack. Main field stretch out, line out as the pace lifts. So that's Jordan Jones of Canada and Miguel Dorrego of Portugal, who are the 2 leading riders here. 58 to go. Matt Walls again driving the pace at the head of the main field. Alongside him, Rasmus Pedersen of Denmark. They're about to reel those two leading riders back into the fold. Lead group of 4, but the main field are upon them as well. So the regrouping with 57 laps remaining. Still Xiao Liwen of Chinese Taipei, the only rider to have 3 lap gains, is at the top of the leaderboard. Krausic in second for Poland, Sherban third for the Ukraine, ahead of Ruiz of Argentina, and Hershey of Switzerland now has been credited with that lap gain. So our scoreboard now correctly reflects the situation of the race with 54 laps remaining. Once again, focusing our camera on the German. He's been very, very active all race, Richard Banush. One of the first to attack and preempt the initial round of lap gaining. Poland, though, looking strong, also driving the pace hard. Krausic well placed, second spot, 20 points behind Lee. Still 5 sprints remaining. So 25 points available in sprint wins, discounting any potential further lap gains. So the 2 riders at the head of the race will be contesting the 50 lap to go sprint this time. Poland ahead of Russia, 3rd place for Germany and 4th for Switzerland. On those 4 riders with a small advantage ahead of the main field, as France come forward to chase once more. Clement Davy, quick glance behind, reveals that the rider from the Czech Republic also trying to lift the velocity of the chasing group. Well, the first rider to retire from the race here is the Dane, Rasmus Pedersen. He's in joint 11th place with 23 points. But it looks like his race is run. 3 riders in the leading group. It's about to be 4 when the Frenchman Davy joins them. Still more chasing across from the main field. 3 distinct groups on the track. The leaders, 4 chasers, and then the main field. Once again, a strong effort to close the gap by Jordan Jones of Canada. The ebb and flow of the action in that main field sees them come together once more with 44 laps still on the lap board. Krausic, the most recent winner of the 5 points, ahead of Novikov, Banush and Hershey. So the Swiss rider with that lap gain and a couple of sprint victories to his name as the next attack is once again launched off the head of the race and once again causing the main field to have to give chase. This time, the rider carrying that advantage is the defending champion for the point race, the winner in Astana 12 months ago, Imamura of Japan. Currently down in 14th place with 20 points on the board. So work to do for the defending champion, and a sizable crash at corner 3 will bring 5 riders to the ground. Team assistants rush to their aid. Meanwhile, the race continues with the 40-lap sprint being contested. It's Imamura who takes maximum points. The race split asunder. Many riders involved in that tumble. They've got 1.3 kilometers. Try and get back into the race. It equates to 6 laps of this 200-meter track. Oh, and a second crash on corner 2. Well, this is a game of skittles at the moment, and the rider who is taking advantage of that is Matt Walls of Great Britain. He's gone on the attack at the front. 37 to go. The British national champion for the point race, unaffected by either of those crashes, is the head of the race. Well, Walls currently in 13th spot with 22 points on the board. The field thinned considerably by the misfortunes of those involved in the crashes. Our starter points at the head of the race. It is Matt Walls of Great Britain. as riders rejoin. One of those affected in the crash was Miguel Dorrego of Portugal. He's just getting back into the action, but here's Walls. Keep your eye on the Brit here. He's making good ground. Another rider who's been on the deck was Sherban, the rider in third place, joint third at the moment with 29 points on the board. 4 away from the next sprint. Still several riders yet to make the restart. Let's hope they're okay. Came down pretty hard, particularly the crash that occurred on corner 3. So regrouping towards the back of the race. But the lead rider is Matt Walls of Great Britain, and he's within touching distance of the back of the main field. 2 laps to go to the sprint. Will he hang off for the sprint points? No, he won't. So they make contact as more riders rejoin. So Walls gains the lap. The German rider becomes the head of the race once more. That's Banush of Germany. 1 to go to the sprint. Banush is the head of the race. He gets the bell, followed by the main field. Australia giving chase with Hayden Grant of Australia. Banush is just about, looks as though he'll hold on for the 5 points. 3 for Australia, 2 for Switzerland. Waiting for confirmation of 4th there for the 1 point. The 30 lap to go sprint. Well, no shortage of action in this World Junior Point Race final, but throughout it all, the rider who remains at the top of the classification is Qiao Wen of Chinese Taipei. Nearest challenger is the rider in 2nd spot currently from Poland, Krasic, with 47. Behind him, Matt Walls now up to 3rd with 42. Defending champion Imamura of Japan struggling. He's off the back as the head of the race comes through. Once again, it's Poland along with Colombia at the front. Well, misfortune for Dorrego. He was involved in the crash for Portugal. He did rejoin the race, but it looks like he's about to retire. 4 riders make up the lead group with 27 laps remaining. 26 when the leaders come into the home straight this time. 62 points for the leader of Chinese Taipei. 47 for his nearest challenger from Poland. And Great Britain's Matt Walls lies 3rd with 42, 10 points ahead of the German in 4th. So another good couple of point scores for Matt Walls. Could see him take away a world medal to go with his national championship title and the gold he got in the Europeans in the team pursuit. A regrouping under the scoreboard that still displays the points I've just enunciated for you. Lee from Krasic, from Walls, from Banush is the head of the leaderboard. 23 laps remain. Currently the race is all together. For how long though? Next attack is already beginning to develop here. And it's the Ukrainian, Sherban. Gained a lap earlier in the race. He was up amongst the medals at that point. He's not managed to capitalise on any further sprints since, though. 29 points he has on the board in joint 6th place. 2 chasers, then 2 more chasers, then a fragmenting main field. 21 to go. Rider receiving a warning here from the commissariat trackside. Meanwhile, it is Sherban who's continuing to look for the 5 points on the line this time. So Sherban for 5. 3 will go to Poland. All very close for Matt Walls in the battle for 3rd and 4th. We'll wait for confirmation on our result system for that one. Just takes a few moments for the sprint to be confirmed on the screen in front of me. And that battle for the minor placings could well be a key to the outcome of the bronze medal. 2 sprints to go. At the end of this one, Sherban for 5, Krasic for 3. Walls critically gets 2 in 3rd place. And Lee with 1 point, so he moves up to 63. Krasic is on 50. Walls on 44, Sherban on 34. 10 points separate Sherban the rider from the Ukraine, from Wales, from Great Britain. And there are 2 sprints remaining, a maximum of 10 points if you win them both. A lap gain, of course, would be useful at this point. 16 to go. Still 13 points the advantage for the rider from Chinese Taipei. Zhao Liwen bred the race for a long time. And that 13-point gap cannot be closed by Krausic unless he gains a lap. 15 to go. Of course, Lee could lose a lap, where he would have 20 points taken away from his score, but I'm sure he'd be very watchful for that. He's sitting in the middle of the bunch at the moment. Race number 91 for the race leader. Once again, it's the Swiss rider on his home territory here with strong support. Mark Hirschi of Switzerland takes up the lead position, 12 to go, 2 away from the penultimate sprint. Well, barring disasters and barring lap gains, those top 3 places looking pretty secure. Wals needs to be watchful of Shaban. He is the threat to the bronze medal. Wals better placed than his challenger. If neither score, then that is fine as far as Matt Wals is concerned. So maximum points on that sprint for Gabriel Ruiz of Argentina. Subject to confirmation, got quite a clear advantage. I'll be confident in confirming that one. Just wait for the information to come up in front of me. Indeed it was Ruiz, ahead of Molina, from Hirschi and from Lee. 8 to go, so inside the final kilometre and a half. Lee from Krausic from Wals. Those points unchanged, with the exception of Lee, who has gained 1 further point to secure an even tighter grip on the gold medal and the world champions jersey. Krausic still chasing hard. Wals, though, has done enough, and Ruiz has pulled ahead of Shaban. Ruiz on 35, Wals on 44, Krausic on 50, and Lee on 64 is how it looks with 5 laps remaining, 3 riders at the head of the race. Surely it's too late now for any further lap gains. A race that was interrupted by a spate of crashes in the second half of the action, but it didn't affect those leaders. And they've profited from both lap gains and point scoring throughout the race. None more so than the rider from Chinese Taipei, who is heading towards the gold medal. 3 laps remaining in the World Junior Point Race. Well, a real action-filled race from the moment the starter's gun fired. 3 riders in the lead, but Matt Wals at the front of the main field is riding towards a bronze medal for Great Britain. Hirschi, the Swiss rider, just on his wheel. The 3 leaders will get the bell this time with 1 lap remaining. It's Russia, it's Poland, and it's Australia in the battle for honours in the final sprint. They're heading for the line now. Australia take it ahead of Poland and Russia, followed by Switzerland. But amongst those riders in the main field who are unperturbed by the points gained in that final sprint, the gold medal, the yellow jersey, if it were a yellow jersey, it is of course a rainbow jersey at the World Championships. Of the race winner will go to Chinese Taipei. Zhao Liwen, 2nd place, and the silver medal for Krausic of Poland. Well, there is the rider from Chinese Taipei celebrating a hard-won victory. And in 3rd place for Great Britain, it's bronze for Matt Wals. Well, the Polish flag secured by Szymon Krausic, celebrating his silver medal here at the World Championships. And there is the confirmation of the final standings. Li of Chinese Taipei is the winner, 64 points, the world champion, the gold medal, the rainbow jersey is his. And look at that, being congratulated by members of the Chinese Taipei delegation here. As well he might. He is the world champion for the point race. 3 lap gains on the way to that victory. There's a silver medalist with an even bigger Polish flag now. Szymon Krausic, silver medal in the European Championships for the team pursuit. Another silver, this time a world silver for the point race. And there is the bronze medal winner, Matt Walls of Great Britain. A precocious talent, part of the Great Britain junior squad. National champion for the point race. World number 3 this evening. And the bronze medal will take pride of place in his expanding trophy cabinet. Well, the whole of the Polish team getting in the photo opportunity here for the silver medalist. We will be focusing our attention back on the women's sprint in a few moments' time, once the celebrations are completed at trackside. There is a view of Matt Walls. I don't think the rider from Chinese Taipei still quite believes that one. The Poles really are going to town here, being raised aloft with the flag. It was a great point race. We wish those riders well who came adrift in the couple of crashes that punctuated the action in the final third of the race. But that's what bike racing on the track can sometimes involve. These riders are made of stern stuff. And pretty much all, I think, got back onto their bikes and resumed the action. Well, the point race really is a great race for people who enjoy track cycling. The endurance riders' chance to excel. Make sure they score the points when they need them. Those lap gains, this 200-meter track coming thick and fast, particularly in the early part of the race. And that really did explode the classification. And all 3 medal winners in their own way, celebrating a job well done. So, as I mentioned, we'll bring you that presentation ceremony a little later, along with the men's kilometre celebration for the top 3 in that one. But just before that, we have match number 2 in the women's sprint quarterfinals. Well, you can see the amount of exertion that was put into that victory by the rider from Chinese Taipei. It's literally cascading off him. It's very, very warm once again this evening. Very humid. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have another night of thunderous action in the skies above Aigle. Let's have another look back at some of the action from that incredibly exciting point race. Those lap gains coming thick and fast. There was never a dull moment. Brief respite was all the main field had. There's that sizable crash that felled many riders. The French rider in the thick of it. You can see just hurling the bike out the way. That's it. Almost an impulsive move just to clear that bike off the track. And the celebrations, he wasn't caught up in that crash, and the proudest night of his young life, I'm sure, taking the title of world champion for the point race. yet together. Again, another emerging cycling nation, Chinese Taipei. Well, we're just waiting for official confirmation of the point race. We have seen it here on our results screen and on the scoreboard here in the venue, but the officials still having a discussion. So stand by, but I don't think it's going to affect those top 3 riders. There were many lap gains made in the early stages. We did comment on the lap gain made by the Swiss rider. It took a little while to be acknowledged by our scoring system. It eventually was the case. So, of course, our officials have to work very hard during the point race. You have to look out for who's leading the race, who's gaining laps, who's falling behind, any indiscretions that might be committed during the course of sprints. And all of those will come together to confirm the result for us. Day 3 of action here at the World Junior Track Cycling Championships. And we do hope you enjoyed that insight a little earlier from our guest, Scott Brockton, the coach here at the World Cycling Centre. Fascinating conversation with Scott, not only about that incredible win last night from Batuskan Tegzabayar of Mongolia, who is the world scratch race champion following his exploits last night. Of course, is coached here at the World Cycling Centre, but also hearing lots of information about how the riders prepare, not only at the start of a race like the kilometre time trial, but also leading up to it, the many, many hours of practice. And it really is a dedicated process required to become the very best in the world. And these riders on the first steps of the ladder, the junior champions, they'll then go on to under 23s, and then, of course, join the senior ranks. So just while we allow our huddle of commissaires to conclude their deliberations, that will delay slightly the start of our women's scratch race. Let me just run down the heats that we're about to see. This is match 2 of 3 in the women's sprint. So those riders who lost out on the first meeting need to win this time to force a third and deciding encounter. First match we saw between the Frenchwoman Mathilde Gross and Yufang Guo of China. It's Gross who came out victorious in that one. Heat number 2 saw Pauline Sophie Grabosch of Germany triumph ahead of Sarah Kankowska of the Czech Republic. Heat 3, it was Emma Cumming of New Zealand going 1 ahead against Chayu Shen of China. And in Heat 4, slightly controversial heat where on the first opportunity, Hetty van der Wouw, who was beaten to the line by Sophie Capel, had a problem with her foot becoming detached from her machine in the back straight. Judges ruled that she was entitled to a restart, and she came out the winner at the second attempt, ahead of Capel on that occasion. So Capel, Shen, Kankowska and Guo will have their second opportunity to record their positions in the sprint competition. Well, we may well be seeing a complete change around at the top of the classification for the point race. Our scoreboard in the venue is still showing the result that we gave you, but our scoring system in front of us is showing a different story. Lee was credited with a gain of 3 laps in the early part of the race. Now that may be subject to revision, and if that is the case, that will take away the medal from him. The 3 medals will remain the same, but the order may well change. So again, the disparity between the scoreboard showing the result here in the stadium and the result we're seeing on our computer in front of us. And you can see the graphic changes on the screen in front of you. It's giving Krausic the victory. The reason for that being that on countback and a review of all of the judges' notes, Lee has only been credited with 2 lap gains, not 3. So that will take 20 points away from his score. And what that means for Matt Walls is he's tied on points with Lee but if you have an equality of points in the point race, it's the best place across the finish line that will take the decision, and that will mean that Matt Walls will take silver ahead of Lee of Chinese Taipei, who will, following the revision of that result, now be given the bronze medal. Well, he celebrated, he thought he got it. There were a whole raft of lap gains taken during the time that he was credited with the extra lap, but on the countback, that has been revised, so he's still got a medal, but the colour is now bronze and not gold. So there's exuberant celebrations from the Polish rider. Look as though they were in favour of the victory, now confirmed on our results computer and on the scoreboard here at the track. So the celebrations for Chinese Taipei may be a little more muted now, unfortunately. So whilst all that revision has been taking place, the sprinters have been waiting patiently at trackside. They're now about to come out onto the track to contest the second match in this women's sprint quarterfinals. First encounter between Mathilde Gross of France and Yu Fangguo of the People's Republic of China. Representation still being made to the officials in the track centre following the conclusion of that point race. But I think that's the result that will stand. So back to the sprint. And Gross versus Guo. Guo will start on the inside this time. Gross on the outside. If this is going to be decided, they'll draw once again for their starting positions. So Guo of China leads away. Needs to win this one, force the decider. Our opponent, Gross of France. It was a very close finish in this one. Gross just getting it by the narrowest of margins. So here we go, into the thick of the action in match number 2 of Heat 1 of the quarterfinals. Gross takes the lead down the back straight. French rider, work to do here for Guo of China. Can she come through? No, she can't. French woman, the stronger of the two. So the win for Gross of France. Progress to the semi-finals, which will take place during the course of competition tomorrow. Heat number 2 will be Pauline Grabosch of Germany, who was the winner in the opening encounter with Sarah Kankowska of the Czech Republic. It was a great closing 200 metres from both riders in that heat. Guo not quite with the closing velocity to overhaul her opponent. It was a good ride and a good challenge, which I'm sure Gross will fully appreciate at the end of that one. So Pauline, Sophie Grabosch coming to the track now. She took victory and a new world record in the time trial here a couple of days ago. And she's one up against her opponent, Sarah Kankowska of the Czech Republic. Kankowska leads this one away in the pale blue colours with the white and red bands. Grabosch of Germany, the predominantly white top to her skin suit. Well, interestingly, it's not a shame that Guo took victory in the preceding match. It's not the way I saw it across the line, but Grabosch is certainly leading this one, and she has one match to good. Considerable gap here to close for Kankowska, and I fear she may already have left it too late against the time trial champion. Grabosch certainly has speed to spare in that closing 200 metres. And in fairness, Kankowska was never really on terms with Grabosch. 11.602 for the closing 200 metres, 62.058 kilometres per hour. A testament to the speed of the German, and she will progress to the semi-finals with 2 victories to her credit. Heat number 3 up next. Emma Cumming of New Zealand, the winner of match 1, will take on Xiaoyu Shen of China. And Shen part of that team sprint medal combo a couple of nights ago. Finishing in 3rd spot in that team sprint competition. Cumming, incidentally, was in the gold medal winning team in the women's team sprint. So the riders lined up here, both relatively high on the track. It is coming with just about the inside position. There is no specification as to where the riders actually line up relative to the inside of the track, other than the fact that the inside rider has to be on the inside. Started just advising the helper that as they are so close together, you just need to be mindful as they depart from the line, which he is. Both cleanly away. Shen of China level with Cumming of New Zealand. Now she begins to pull away, dropping inside that red sprinter's line. Cumming following her at a discreet but closable distance. Now she starts to move underneath, and well, the Chinese rider is already inside that sprinter's line. The sprint's not begun yet, but a little bit of argy-bargy now going on. Chinese rider protesting. Well, that won't force a conclusion of the heat, but commentators might take a look at that, but they certainly will look very carefully at the lines of the riders once the sprint has opened up properly, which it now has, and it is Cumming on the inside, who crosses the line ahead of Shen of China. We'll wait for confirmation on that result. For a couple of moments there, Cumming dived underneath Shen, gained ground on the blue band. And also, that could affect the outcome. But that was the order in which they crossed the line. Cumming confirmed on the scoreboard as the victor of that one. So in the absence of any further information, we look forward to heat number 4. Hetty van der Wouw, the rider who dislodged her foot in the first encounter between these two. It was a rematch, and Capel was defeated by Van der Wouw second time around. This is match 2 proper now, so Capel needs to win this one. She is the national junior sprint champion of Great Britain. But Van der Wouw proving a stern opponent in their first encounter. She is the national sprint champion of the Netherlands. So 2 national champions here. And it is Capewell who has drawn the inside position this time, having started the opposite way around last time. If it does go to a decider, they'll draw for position once more. So Van der Wouw, 1 match up. Capewell needs to win this to force a decider. She is first away from the line. A measured pace on the departure. Her opponent just keeping a watching brief. And that's why being at the front is a slight disadvantage, because Capel has to look behind to keep an eye on De Wouw, whereas De Wouw can just focus her attention on the rider in front of her. benefit from the slipstream to some degree, and also the element of surprise. If she catches Capel looking in the wrong direction or not looking at all, it might bring about the launching of an attack. Devaux begins the acceleration first. She's around the outside of Capel and inside the sprinter's line. That'll need Capel to go around the outside. Devaux beginning to increase the pace further. Out of the saddle, gets a little more forward momentum. Capel still on terms, there into the back straight. Half a lap to go. Sophie Capel of Great Britain has got work to do. She's not yet at level with Devaux, and she won't be. So Devaux in 2 straight rides will progress to the semi-finals, defeating Sophie Capel. Well, what may the position have been had Devaux not suffered that misfortune, forcing the rerun? Capel, I think, had a beaten on that occasion. But Devaux, the Dutch junior sprint champion, goes through to the semi-finals tomorrow. We'll see the losers from the quarterfinals in a ride for 5th through to 8th place in the sprint later on this evening. Next, though, we will bring you the awards ceremony, our first victory ceremony of the evening for the kilometre time trial. Meanwhile, a look back at that sprint between Devaux and Capel. Capel, in fairness, never quite had the legs to get round her Dutch opponent, Hetty van der Wouw. And so we'll see Sophie Capel in the 5th through to 8th place final a little bit later this evening. Of course, the quarterfinalists progressing, the winning quarterfinalists progressing to the semi-finals, which will take place during the course of our competition programme tomorrow on day 4 of these championships, along, of course, with the final to crown the World Junior Sprint Champion. Just to return once again, if you have been away from your screens in recent minutes and you went away under the impression that the rider from Chinese Taipei was the winner of the point race, as was initially indicated, following a revision of the result by the commissaires panel and a revision to the number of laps that the rider from Chinese Taipei actually gained during the course of the point race. He's had one of those lap gains taken away, so he'll finish 3rd rather than 1st on the bronze medal. Silver then, promotion of 1 place from Matt Wall to Great Britain, and promotion of 1 place also from silver to gold and to the world champion from Poland, Simon Krauczyk. So that's the way the junior point race final finished, with a little bit of confusion, and our officials forced to come together and make the all-important pronouncement at the end of the analysis of that race. So our victory ceremony is almost good to go. It is for that men's kilometre time trial that we saw earlier this evening. Our first victory ceremony of the night then for the men's 1 kilometre time trial. The UCI anthem will bring the medalists to the podium, along with our presentation party. It was a great battle for those medals, and the rider who finished with the bronze medal representing Korea, Young Yoo-na.
À la 3e place, gagnant de la médaille de bronze. In 3rd place, and winner of the bronze medal, Yoo-na, Korea. Médaille et maillot sont remis par Monsieur Tom van Dam, membre du comité directeur UCI. The medals and the jersey will be presented by Mr. Tom van Dam, member of the UCI Director Committee. À la 2e place, et gagnant de la médaille
so the medals and jerseys being presented by the UCI management team. And in 2nd place is Bradley Knipe of New Zealand. He gets the silver medal. He pushed the winner very, very close. but no doubt about it, he was celebrating even before Knight crossed the line. And he was correct, because he is the world champion from Canada, Stefan Ritter. So the rainbow jersey will be followed by the gold medal for Stefan Ritter of Canada. I don't think he's stopped smiling since the conclusion of that kilometre time trial. He was under some pressure, as we observed during the course of the competition. Forced to watch many heats before he knew he had the medal. But he has got it now, and the flower presentation will now take place. As all the medalists step onto the podium, flowers will be presented. Applause for each of the medalists. And for the winner, the national anthem of Canada.
May I have your attention now for the national anthem of Canada.
Champion from Canada, Stefan Ritter. Well, the time in which he delivered his world title, 1:01.673, had the same digits in it as the long-standing world record, but not quite in the right order. 1:01.376 still stands as the world record time. But who knows? Stefan Ritter could well grab that title before too much longer. So still a feast of action to come here on day 3 of these UCI World Junior Track Cycling Championships. We're live with you on our YouTube streaming channel, access via the UCI website. That's uci.ch/track, or indeed via the YouTube app on your favourite device. Why don't you like and subscribe to the UCI channel? You find great coverage of bike racing all across the world in all sorts of disciplines, as well as track and road, BMX and mountain bike, and the other disciplines as well. All well represented by great coverage on our very own UCI YouTube channel. And we have live streaming every single day of these championships. 2 more days to go following today. And this evening, well, we've still got the women's individual pursuit to be contested. The 5th to 8th place final for the women's sprint, the women's scratch race final, and then an event that always creates a bit of a diversion. That is the 3rd element of the men's Omnium competition, the elimination race. More of that, and the standings going into that race when we come to it a little bit later. Our gold medalist from the kilometre time trial, still facing a hail of photographers, and signing that jersey for posterity, along with all the other champions crowned so far this week. So the riders who will contest that women's sprint semi-final tomorrow: Yufang Guo of China, Pauline Sophie Grabosch of Germany, Emma Cumming of New Zealand, and Hetty van der Wouw of the Netherlands.
Relegated in the second sprint, so that means that the Chinese rider Yufang Guo will go into semi-final.
And so from that sprint, the riders who will contest the final a little bit later, the minor final, for places 5 through to 8. Mathilde Gross of France, Sarah Kankowska of the Czech Republic, Yu Shen of the People's Republic of China, and Sophie Capewell of Great Britain. So no necessity for match 3, so a little bit of a pausette in the action here at Aigle before we bring the next event onto the track for you. And we've still got the men's point race victory ceremony to bring to you as well, following the revision of that result, as we confirmed for you a little bit earlier.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, je demande votre attention pour la cérémonie protocolaire du championnat du monde piste junior UCI Aigle. May I have your attention for the award ceremony of the UCI Junior Track Cycling World Championships in Aigle.
So the UCI anthem heralds the arrival of the athletes for the victory ceremony, the men's junior world point race title. Well, for a little while in the stadium, everyone, including the scoreboard, thought that he was the champion. But in fact, he takes the bronze medal. A proud achievement, nevertheless, from the rider from Chinese Taipei, Chao Li-wen.
The jury changed the result. They checked the videos. À la third place, et gagnant de la médaille de bronze, in third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, Wang Chao Li, Chinese Taipei.
So there is the medal, the bronze medal. Well, any disappointment you may be feeling. Hidden pretty well, smiling broadly on receipt of that bronze medal. So that means that the silver goes to the rider from Great Britain, the current national champion for the junior point race. Silver medalist is Matt Walsh of Great Britain.
Matt Walsh, Great Britain.
And so to the presentation for the world champion. The rainbow jersey and the gold medal will go to Simon Krajcik of Poland. Rainbow jersey. A snug fit. But there he is. And with it, of course, the gold medal. And of course, the title of World Junior Points Race Champion. Simon Krajcik of Poland. Silver medal for Matt Walsh of Great Britain, and bronze for Chao Li-wen of Chinese Taipei. Flowers will now be presented. And as the winner receives his bouquet, we will have the national anthem of Poland.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention now for the national anthem of Poland.
the applause rings out for the new world champion, joined on the top step of the podium by the silver and the bronze medalists as well. It was an intriguing point race for many reasons, and at the end of it, well, 3 deserved winners on the podium. And of course, the national champion, the world champion, national champion of Great Britain in 2nd place, and the rider from Chinese Taipei in 3rd. Back to competition now, and we have reached another final. This time it is the final in the individual pursuit for the women, contested over 2 kilometers of the track, and we have for you some video footage to explain how the individual pursuit will operate.
In the individual pursuit, riders with the 2 best times ride off in the final for gold and silver. The next 2 fastest riders ride off in the final for bronze and 4th place. 1 rider starts on each side of the track, and they race each other and the clock. The winner is determined by either catching the other rider or by recording the fastest time.
That's it then. That's how the individual pursuit is contested here. On this 200-meter track, it's 10 laps to cover 2 kilometers. Starting gate already in position on the home straight. Chance to see it without the bike inserted. Operated by compressed air. Little cylinder of that attached to the right-hand side as you look at it from the front view. The clamp facing you is where the bike's seat pin is held. And the rear wheel, well, that's clamped by 2 brake pads on a movable assembly that clamps the rim just inside the tyre. And it's not released until such time as the countdown reaches 0 and the race gets underway. So the riders will be contesting the bronze medal final, representing Poland. Poland had a good night here with that great win in the point race we've just seen on the podium. It's Nicola Roźnicka of Poland. She was the bronze medalist at the European Championships last week in 2:25.104. And her opponent, a gold medalist in the team sprint here for New Zealand, L.S. Andrews. And these two were pretty closely matched in the qualifying semi-finals for this individual pursuit. 2:23.364 for Roźnicka and 2:23.898 for Andrews. For that reason, the New Zealand rider will start in the back straight, but if that form is carried through to this bronze medal competition, it could be a very close finish. World record fell today in the qualification rounds. More about that in the next heat, which of course will be the ride for the gold medal. But this is the bronze medal battle. Roźnicka of Poland versus Andrews of New Zealand. Ten laps of the track to decide the destiny of these two. One of them will have a medal at the end of it, the other unfortunately will not. As we were mentioning with Simon earlier, coach here from the World Cycling Centre, who joined us for some coverage of the men's kilo. Start is very important in any standing start event, but not quite so critical in the individual pursuit, where the riders have got a longer period of time in which to complete the distance. And of course, they can gradually increase the pace from a good start, save a little bit towards the finish, rather than going away at absolute top speed, which sometimes can cost them in the closing stages, and the energy reserves don't quite prove to be sufficient to deliver them all the way to the finish line. So the splits will indicate which way the fortunes are going, and at the moment they are in favour of the New Zealander, Andrews, by 9/10 of a second. Remember, she had the slower qualification time, but only by 0.5 of a second. Brzezinska of Poland setting a good rhythm here. 1.7 seconds, so she's lost a little more ground to Andrews. Kiwi, already a gold medalist in the team sprint. And Brzezinska, she got the bronze at the Europeans in this very category. Can she get a world bronze to go with it? She needs to start to come back here to Andrews because she's pressing home her advantage. 2.7 now, the gap to the Polish rider. So Andrews still with the upper hand. The lap to go. It looks like the Kiwi has kept her best ride for the final. Brzezinska now 3 seconds in arrears, and that's a gap she will not close in the final lap. Half a lap away from victory is LS Andrews of New Zealand. Across the line, and she takes the bronze medal in a time of 2:22.695. And Brzezinska, well, she faded towards the end, 2:26.472, almost 4 seconds behind the pace of the winning rider, LS Andrews of New Zealand. Well, Andrews is always ahead in that one, and she gradually, lap by lap, increased her advantage. Brzezinska couldn't match her pace and found herself at the end of all of that in 4th place overall in the women's individual pursuit. So now we come to the ride for the gold medal. Maria Novolodskaya of the Russian Federation will start in the home straight, and her opponent Jade Haynes, the Australian national champion for the individual pursuit, will start in the back straight. The world record for this competition was established back in 2010 in Montichiari, location, of course, of the European Championships a week ago, by Amy Cure of Australia. But earlier today, the rider who starts in the home straight, Maria Novolodskaya of the Russian Federation, set a new world record time of 2:22.410, beating the previous record by 0.8 of a second. Jade Haynes posting 2:23.213 in her ride to secure this place in the gold medal final. Final few seconds of countdown. The gold medal decided by this ride. Well, will Novolodskaya have another world record in her legs? 2:22.410 is the target. She's beaten away from the line by Haynes of Australia. 0.07 of a second separate them at the moment. As you look at our split screen view, you'll be hard pressed to spot the difference between those two times as the riders pass through their starting stations. Now you can see the advantage starting to swing in favour of the world record holder, Novolodskaya of Russia. Very smooth pedaling style indeed for the Russian. Tapping out the rhythm required. The schedule that delivered her that world record earlier today, now hoping it will deliver her the gold medal and the title of World Junior Champion. Haynes glances across the track, her deficit 1.4 seconds. So the Australian by no means out of this yet, but she needs to start to lift it. 1,400 meters covered. 1.4 seconds the difference in the favor of the rider from the Russian Federation. Novolodskaya still going well here. And 1.5 seconds, gradually slipping further behind is Haynes. What you got left for the final 400 meters? It's Novolodskaya who gets the bell first. This is looking like a gold medal going the way of the rider from Russia, but the time be outside her world record pace, but that's of relative unimportance. She has the world record already, but now she has the world title of individual pursuit champion of the world for the junior category. Maria Novolodskaya, in a time of 2:23.745, has the beating of Jade Haynes of Australia, 2:25.859. She will get, of course, the silver medal. Just another look back at that imperious ride from Novolodskaya of the Russian Federation on the way to the gold medal to add to the world record time she recorded earlier today. That new record, 2:22.410, beating the record that had stood since 2010 by Amy Cure of Australia. The victory ceremony for that individual pursuit championship will be coming up shortly, but before that we have the women's sprint 5th to 8th place ride-off. Riders involved in this one are the losers from the quarterfinals: Matilda Gross of France, Sarah Kankowska of the Czech Republic, Chayu Shen of the People's Republic of China, and Sophie Capewell of Great Britain. So a 4-up sprint, as this will be, much harder to control tactically than the tour prefers we've been seeing in the match sprinting earlier. There's unlikely to be any finessing in this. It's almost like a 3-lap scratch race. Riders will get away from the line as quickly as they can and try to hold on to that lead position. Following conclusion of this sprint and that individual pursuit awards ceremony, do stay tuned for the women's scratch race final, contested over 7.6 kilometres. And of course, to round off the competitive action on day 3 of these championships, the third element of the men's Omnium will be the elimination race. More information about the Omnium and that race in particular just before we get it underway. But here come the riders for this 5th to 8th place ride-off in the women's sprint. Sophie Capewell, the junior sprint champion of Great Britain. Must have thought she had that opening match won against her opponent, who pulled her foot out. But wasn't to be. Hattie van der Wouw won the rerun. And it's she who will meet Yufang Guo in the final tomorrow. In the semi-final, I should say, heat 1 tomorrow. And Pauline Sophie Grabosch will meet Emma Cumming in semi-final number 2. But today's final action in the women's sprint is this 5th to 8th place ride. It looks like Gross of France may well have drawn the inside berth here. Alongside her will be Chayu Shen of the People's Republic of China. Sarah Kankowska at the top of the track. A slight angle pointing downward. And alongside her will be Sophie Capewell. So the lineup is complete. Gross, Shen, Capewell, Kankowska, the order from the bottom of the track to the top for places 5 through to 8 in the women's sprint. Starter, just confirming with each rider that they're ready to go. Little nod of the head, sometimes barely imperceptible, but starter will blow the whistle. And they are underway. Capewell wants the lead position. I told you this may well be a race literally from the gun. No one hanging around. Capewell still with the sting perhaps of that loss in the quarter-final, is determined to secure herself 5th place. Gross is in 2nd, followed by Shen of China and Kankowska in the back position. 1 lap to go. Capewell still holding the advantage. Can she retain it from one more lap of the track? 200 metres to go. Capewell gradually being closed down by Gross of France, and she will be passed both by Gross. The challenge, though, may still come from Shen of China. Not quite enough for the victory. That will go to Mathilde Gross of France, beating Xiaoyu Shen of China into 2nd, or 6th as it actually is in the classification. Seventh for Kankowska and Capewell. Well, it was a brave move by Sophie to try and take that one on from the gun. Didn't quite prove successful, and she finishes in 8th place in the women's sprint. That action will continue tomorrow with the semi-finals played out to its eventual conclusion tomorrow evening with the finals. Men's sprint will also get underway tomorrow. Just looking back at that start from Capewell, she was determined from 3rd place on the starting line to come to the front, but towards the end, Gross and her other opponents, Shen and Kankowska, just have the better closing sprint speed, and Capewell in 4th place. So 5th for Gross, 6th for Shen, 7th for Kankowska, and 8th for Capewell. Time for our next victory ceremony, as the podium backdrop is hauled into position here in the centre of the World Cycling Centre in Aigle in Switzerland. Hope you're enjoying our coverage this evening of day 3 of these championships. Good viewing figures once again, confirmed a little bit earlier. So thank you for supporting our live streaming of these championships. And of course, you've got one of those nice smart televisions these days with a YouTube app on it. You can watch us in full screen. It's almost like it's on terrestrial TV. However you watch us out, if you are doing it via the YouTube app, don't forget to like, subscribe and share the YouTube channel from the UCI. Bringing you a feast of bike race action from all across the world in every conceivable discipline of bike racing. These championships, of course, taking place in the home of the UCI, the World Cycling Centre, here in Aigle, in Switzerland. A little bit cooler, perhaps, inside the velodrome than on the first 2 nights. I think I might have heard another clap of thunder outside a little earlier as well. Humidity is still quite high. And as we heard from Simon, one of the coaches here, a little bit earlier this evening, when he joined us during the course of the men's kilometre. Simon Brockton, who coached Batsakan Tegbashire of Mongolia to that great sprint to win the scratch race last night. But the pressure here inside the World Cycling Centre is pretty consistent and is pretty conducive to good times as well, even during the winter months when there is snow outside, and here in the summer months when certainly yesterday in the first day we were basking in glorious 35-degree plus temperatures outside. Interestingly, still one or two snow-topped peaks around the beautiful surrounds here in Aigle. It's considerably higher altitude than we are. Join us too, why don't you, on Twitter. Follow the action, both from our official tweets and also from the many teams and supporters tweeting the latest progress of their riders. The Twitter hashtag to include is hashtag Aigle 2016. Get yourself involved via social media. UCI also have Facebook and Instagram presence as well. So plenty of opportunity to watch the action, watch the videos, see some nice pictures, and get the very latest information. The website as well, carrying full results every single day of these championships. So, next up is the award ceremony of the women's individual pursuit. Podium hostesses, complete with the salvers bearing the medals, followed to the podium by the athletes, and our presentation party. As ever, we begin with the presentation of the bronze medal for the 2016 Junior World Track Cycling Women's Individual Pursuit. And the recipient of that medal, representing New Zealand, will be LS Andrews.
Les médailles et les maillots sont remis par the medals and the jersey will be presented by Miss Maria Stetina, member of the committee director UCI, member of the UCI Directors Committee.
Medals and jersey presented by a member of the UCI Management Committee.
In second place,
and silver
of the silver
next
medal,
for Jade Haynes of Australia.
From Australia.
The national champion of Australia for the individual pursuit, receives her silver medal, and she's pretty delighted with that, I think. She pressed the winner hard, and the winner is the rider who secured a new world record earlier in competition today. And now she will receive the rainbow jersey and the gold medal, the winner of the women's individual pursuit from the Russian Federation, Maria Novolodskaya.
The flowers will be presented by Mr. Philippe Simonet, member of the Comité de Directeur Swiss Cycling, member of the Swiss Cycling Directors Committee.
So the jersey and, of course, the all-important gold medal for the winner and world record holder for this discipline now, Maria Novolodskaya. Member of the management board of the Swiss Cycling Federation will present the flowers. Just another look at that medal. Really is gold. Good day's work for Novolodskaya. New world record and the world champion to boot. So the medalists will take the step onto the podium. And the national anthem of the Russian Federation for Maria Novolodskaya. No prouder moment for that junior rider than taking the world title of the women's individual pursuit gold medal. Nice work from our production team here on site into leaving that ride for the medal along with the playing of the anthem. And confirmation on the screen of those medal positions. So more jersey signing for the gold medalist. That does say Novgorod, I assure you. So as we see that view of the rainbow jersey, our long shot showing you the track centre with 2 competitive events remaining. The first of which is the women's scratch race final. And here is some video information to tell you more about the race.
The scratch race is a classic first across the line mass start race. Endurance riders often surge in an attempt to unsettle all the sprinters in the field. In turn, the sprinters will try to shelter with the pack for most of the race, conserving their energy until the final laps. The starter will indicate the leading rider by pointing as they pass on the home straight.
There you go, that seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it? And indeed it is. It's a straight race for the top 3 places. Lap gains are possible, of course. No points involved in a scratch race. But the winner of the race, if they gain a lap, they could well seal victory. And they're still halfway down the pack, having gained that lap. So the riders covering an unusual distance, an unusual number of laps here by courtesy of the 200-metre track here. So the final contested over 7.6 kilometres, which equates to 38 laps of the track. I'm not quite sure what the thinking is behind that distance. I'm sure there's a logical explanation that eludes your commentator at the moment, but 38 laps to seal the title for the Women's Junior Scratch Race Champion of the World. Eighteen riders to take the start. A couple of national champions for the scratch race amongst them. Elisa Balsamo of Italy, who has a whole host of awards already to her name. Defending champion, having taken the title in 2015. Part of the winning team pursuit squad here on day 1. And also the European Omnium champion. So Elisa Balsamo, one of the favourites for Italy, wearing race number 193. National champion of Spain for the scratch race is Eugenia Larate, in the familiar red and yellow colours of Spain. And the national Omnium champion of Portugal, Maria Martins, who took silver in the European scratch race in Montichiari in Italy just over a week ago. It was race number 84. British interest here for Rebecca Raybould, who was bronze medalist in the points race at the Europeans. For Ireland, Shenna McGivern. France have Lucy Junier. Australia, Christina Clunan. Poland, who've already had a great night with the men's point race, have Claudia Saramak. From Belarus, Karolina Savenka. From Kazakhstan, Renata Akhtemeta. From Korea, Soo-Yeon Kim. From the Czech Republic, Emma Kankowska. From Ukraine, Diana Halik. From Canada, Devaney Collier. From New Zealand, Emily Shearman. From Lithuania, Kristina Kazlauskaite. From the Russian Federation, Sofia Chakova. And from Argentina, Maribel Aguirre-Mangue. So those are all of the competitors, 38 laps of the track to decide the world champion for the women's junior scratch race title. Rebecca Raybell, just visible at the front there in the colours of the Great Britain team. Bronze medal in the point race at the Europeans, as I mentioned, also bronze in the team pursuit at the European Championships as well. Number 230 from New Zealand, Emily Shearman. She's at the front, measured pace in the opening few laps. Gun has just fired to get the race underway. Just behind Shearman is Aguera Mange of Argentina. And with number 13, Emma Kankowska, Czech Republic. Poland just behind her for Claudia Saramak. Australian in third place is Christina Clonan. Spanish rider also starting to move around the outside. It's the early skirmishes in this relatively short race. 34 laps to go. So if you're going to mount a challenge, you're going to try and gain a lap. You need to do it pretty early on in the proceedings. 7.6 kilometers, the total distance. Czech Republic and Poland still at the head here, but New Zealand once again starting to move through underneath. Emily Shearman. Riders settling into a line. Pace increasing a little. Not for long though. Once again, the leader slackens her grip on the front of the race, moves up the track. Just waiting for the first serious attacking move to come here. 32 to go. Poland, Czech Republic, Australia and Canada represented at the head of the field. A bit of vying for position towards the rear. Renata Akhmetacha of Kazakhstan amongst them, but first serious move here. It looks like Korea. Soo-hyun Kim, third in the time trial here, so she's got speed, and she's starting to show this now. A serious attacking move from Kim of Korea. Czech Republic on the front of the chasing peloton, Emma Kankowska. Australia and Spain also contributing to the chase. But Kim of Korea has the advantage, but she's decided not to persist with that one. Sits up as she comes out of corner 2. And that will allow the main field to regroup and eventually bring her back into the fold. Maybe, though, to preempt another attacking move. 27 laps remaining. Once again, it's the New Zealander, Emily Shearman, in the black and white at the head of the race. Italy just behind, Elisa Balsamo, the defending champion. European Omnium champion, which of course includes scratch race as part of its disciplines. Women's Omnium beginning competition here tomorrow. And the final action on the track this evening will be the elimination race for the men's Omnium. Conclusion of this scratch race, which has 25 laps remaining. Still Shearman of New Zealand being followed by Balsamo of Italy. French rider lower down the track, having a little look, that's Lucie Junier. Canada and Spain and Portugal and Poland all there. Well, an attacking move by Kim. She didn't persist with it, and she now finds herself towards the rear of the group. 23 laps remaining. It's Australia now, patrolling the head of the race. So the lead constantly changing, but no advantage yet gained and retained. Becky Raybould of Great Britain just glancing behind. 21 laps to go. So at 17 and a half laps, we'll have reached the halfway point in this 38-lap race. $19 to go. Still a changing situation at the head of affairs. No one being allowed to escape, but in fairness, no one particularly trying to do so at the moment. Belarus occupy the lead position. Karolina Savenka. And then once again, Spain, the national champion for the scratch race of Spain, Yukina Larate. Raybould on the attack for Great Britain. We've seen Matt Walls take a silver medal for Great Britain already this evening. Can Raybould ride to success in the scratch race? Still 17 to go. So it's an early point to try and establish an advantage, with the chase still on behind, and Raybould has caught back relatively swiftly. Christina Clonan of Australia, almost omnipresent at the head of the race. And her fellow Antipodean, the New Zealander, Emily Shearman, also making sure she stays towards the front as well. Shearman begins to stretch her legs, forces a move. Two riders gain an advantage. Czech Republic and New Zealand have gone on the attack. That's Kankowska for the Czech Republic and Shearman for New Zealand. Chase being animated by the defending champion from Italy, Balsamo. She will close it down. Doesn't want to allow a move like that to deny her a second world title for the junior women's scratch race. Riding to victory in Kazakhstan last year, ahead of Polish and Australian opponents. So that little flurry of activity comes to a close, but once again, for the second time, Rebecca Raybould of Great Britain, there's no holding her back. She's determined to try and press home an advantage. 11 laps to go. Again, it is the chase, this time from Lucie Journet of France. And once again, Balsamo of Italy stretches the field out. Raybould showing a good turn of pace. Second time she's attacked the field. She was quickly brought back into the fold last time. Not quite such a concerted attack, or a crash, just avoiding bringing any further riders down. Well, a deep intake of breath there as two riders crashed out in the back straight, but they were the only two who came down. Raybould continues unaffected by that. 8 laps to go. Rebecca Raybould of Great Britain looks across the track. Her advantage just more than quarter of a lap. Well, she's fully committed now with 8 laps remaining. Rebecca Raybould, she's had bronze in the Europeans at the team pursuit and the points. A gold medal and a world title would be definitely on her calendar of achievements, and she is well placed to do it. Raybould continuing the move that began 4 or 5 laps ago. 6 to go. Raybould is more than half a lap ahead of the field. There is still no attack from the main field. They're leaving it very, very late. Raybould will see 5 to go on the lap board this time. The British rider, her second attack of the race. Will it be the decisive move? If she gains the lap, it will be race over for the gold medal, with only 4 to go for the leader next time. Well, the junior squad from Great Britain, they have real talent amongst them, developing the next string of winners at senior and Olympic level. Junior titles are the stepping stone to that, and Rebecca Raybould of Great Britain is only 3 laps away from a gold medal. Now the attacks come from the main field. Raybould needs to be watchful. She's been away for some time on her own. The attack coming from Canada as the gap is trying to be closed down by Devani Collier. There's Raybould. Here is her nearest pursuer. And behind that, from France, is Lucie Journier. Raybould hears the bell. Just one more lap of the 200-metre velodrome for Rebecca Raybould of Great Britain. She's still being chased, but it looks like her gap is big enough. Rebecca Raybould into the finishing straight for the final time, and Great Britain have the World Junior Scratch Champion. Rebecca Raybould takes the title first across the line. Well, it was a brave and bold move, but it paid full dividends for Rebecca Raybould. She was first across the line, ahead of the Canadian, Devani Collier, who gave chase, but it was too late. So too the Australian, who is confirmed as 3rd place across the line. That was Christina Clonan. But Rebecca Raybould is the World Junior Champion for Great Britain. She has the Union flag all ready to match the Union pattern on the top of her helmet, the red, white and blue of Great Britain, ridden to victory by Rebecca Raybould. It was a strong challenge in the closing laps from Devani Collier of Canada, but she left her attack too late. She was chased into the finish line by Christina Clonan of Australia, who will take the bronze. But there was no denying Raybould on the line. Her second attack of the race proved to be the decisive one. And Great Britain has another junior champion. Well, the Canadian being assisted from a bike here. And Rebecca Raybould, I didn't quite believe it. Still, just getting her breath back. She put every ounce of effort into that to stay clear. Being congratulated by the Great Britain team coaches. There's the Canadian. She found her feet now. 2nd place for Devani Collier and a silver medal. 38 laps, full on action. And there is the gold medalist. So we will see that presentation ceremony a little bit later this evening. In fact, the final action of the evening. Just another look at that move when it developed. Raybould went, there was a moment's hesitation in the main field, and that's all it took. Raybould quickly enhanced her lead, 1/4 of a lap, 1/2 a lap, 3/4 of a lap. She was almost in the same straight as the back of the main field with a lap gain in her sights, but her gap, although it was reduced by that chase down from the Canadian Collier, it wasn't enough, and Raybould celebrating a gold medal, the World Junior Scratch Race Champion. So our final competitive action on the track will be in the men's Omnium competition. And we have some video to explain how this evening's element of the Omnium, the elimination race, will take place.
The Omnium is made up of 6 events and is contested over 2 consecutive days. The 6 events that make up the Omnium are Scratch Race, Individual Pursuit, the Elimination Race, Time Trial, a Flying Lap, a Points Race. The final standings are established by adding up the finishing places in each of the first 5 events and converting them using a point scale into points. Going into the final event, the Points Race, Each point won during this event is then added to the previous total of points. The rider with the most points at the end of the points race is the winner.
So hopefully that made sense to you. Those are the elements of the Omnium. We've had two already today, the scratch race and the individual pursuit, both of which were won by Julius Johansson of Denmark. So he has the lead with 80 points scored at the top of the Omnium standings, followed by Valentin Tabellion of France with 66 points, tying with Campbell Stewart and also Fred Wright of Great Britain. They all have 66 points each. And in fifth place, Thomas Conte of Argentina with 64. Well, we mentioned there have been two disciplines. In fact, the riders rode a point race right at the beginning of the day to actually qualify for the Omnium. So sizable was the entry to whittle it down to the 18 riders who are contesting the 6 elements of the competition. As you saw in our VT, scratch and individual pursuit, followed by the race on the track now, the elimination race. And then tomorrow the riders will contest a time trial, a flying lap, and then the final event of the Omnium will be the points race. A little bit of a change from the way the Omnium used to run. A sensible change in my view, that has now put the points race as the final event of the Omnium. It used to be the flying lap or the time trial, if I'm not mistaken, and it was a little bit of perhaps a little bit of a lull at the conclusion of competition with just individual riders on the track. But now the points they take into that final point race, so when they begin that last point race, they are carrying into that race the points they've scored throughout the other 5 elements. And it makes for a very exciting climax indeed for the Omnium competition. So this is the elimination race. This is the race, probably the only race on the track where it pays you to be not at the front, but at the back if you're going to be eliminated. And the riders who are taken out will be those who cross the line last. So that's where the focus of our attention will be. And it's only at the finish of the race we'll focus on the front for the last rider remaining who crosses the line ahead of the other remaining opponent and will be counted as the winner. So we'll go down to 2 riders remaining, riders eliminated every 2 laps. If you're perhaps seeing a red light reflected in the faces of the riders as they're hanging onto the balustrade and down at the bottom of the track here, that little device fitted to the handlebar tells them when they have been eliminated. They're also encouraged to leave the track by the stadium announcer and also by the displaying of the flag of the nation involved at trackside as well. So the riders should be in no doubt that they are the last to cross the line and eliminated. But sometimes they just don't know. They don't notice the red flashing light, they don't hear the announcement, they don't see the number, and they carry on. If that's the case, the race will be neutralised until they have left the track. So off we go. The men's Omnium elimination race. The race where you really do not need to be at the back, because that's where you're eliminated from. So there's the gun. You will hear a bell with 1 lap to go to the elimination. That is this time round. And we shall try and spot who's at the back here. Looks like Spain in the danger seat at the moment. Yep, it was indeed. It was Luis Maria Garicano of Spain first to go. Bell again, elimination next time around. Well, you need to make sure you don't get yourself caught out at the back of the field. In the danger seat here is Nicolas Toro of Colombia. And Toro is the rider eliminated for Colombia. A flashing light on his handlebars, a reminder that he was last across the line last time. Also the flag of Colombia, held up by our Commissaire President for these championships. Next elimination. Well, I think that was Portugal, it's confirmed. João Dinas of Portugal, number 37, next to go. The bell again. Oh, and a rider crashed at the back there. That was the rider from the Czech Republic. Race is neutralised. The yellow flag held out. The race is neutralised. No elimination. It was Thomas Kapek of the Czech Republic who crashed out there. So the race will be neutralised until such time as he can get back into the race, or he's adjudged to be a non-finisher. Helmet being removed by his team. Still neutralised for 5 laps. Well, Kapek hit the ground pretty hard there. Just getting a replay here. He was in the middle of the bunch, did well to avoid his flying bike, and came to rest at the bottom of the track. It was quite a heavy fall for the rider from the Czech Republic, the bike just being moved out of harm's way. But it's back on his feet, being helped away. I don't think he's going to take the restart. 3 laps to go before the race will resume. And then it'll be a further lap before the elimination. Well, bad luck there for Thomas Kapek. He's very lucky not to bring further riders down, crashing in the middle of the bunch like that. Campbell Stewart of New Zealand is the defending champion, the man on the front with the green stripe down the midst of his helmet. He's also the national champion of New Zealand for the Omnium. Australia on the front here, though, as the race will resume this time. Stewart moving over the top, draws level with the Australian. But it's the back where once again our focus will lie. The bell rings, 1 lap to go to the elimination following the restart after the crash of Kapek of the Czech Republic. It's like Poland living dangerously at the back here. But it's USA who are judged to be out. United States of America. Luke Mullis goes, number 45. Bill again. Mullis gazes down forlornly at that red flashing light. It's indicated his destiny. This is a little closer. Leave that one to the judges. France is the rider to go. That's Valentin Tabellion. Here's a view from the other side. Look out for the back wheel of the last rider across the line. Yep, it was the Frenchman. So this elimination process will continue until there are 2 riders remaining on the track to contest the final sprint. 40-point score for the eventual victor. Well, I don't think Poland will get away with it twice. It is the Pole who is eliminated that time round, Dawid Kuzbak of Poland. String of riders at the back. One of them will be unlucky this time. That was Italy for Moreno Marchetti. Australia still on the front for Cullen O'Brien. But the back is where it matters. Next elimination this time. Korea, looking as though they may be in the hot seat for this one. Indeed it was for Korea. Yen Woo-yu of Korea goes that time. Well, the British representative here, Fred Wright, in the danger seat. Can he get round the outside? Going to be close on the line between Wright and the rider who eventually will be eliminated from Kazakhstan. That was Artem Melnikov. Well, the home combination of Switzerland look under threat here. Making a move around the outside though. Is it good enough? It is. It's the rider at the bottom of the track who will be eliminated. And that is the rider from Argentina, Thomas Conte. Fred Wright certainly living dangerously. So too the Australian, O'Brien. Look out at the bottom of the track for the Swiss rider as well. We'll wait and see on the call for that. It was the Swiss, yep, who was eliminated. Much to the dismay of the home crowd here. Robin Fradvoer of Switzerland. So the field thinned considerably. 6 riders remain. Now it'll be 5 because the Dane is eliminated. That's Julius Johansson, the rider who was leader in the Omnium, winning both the opening disciplines, but he will not be the winner of the Omnium. Points awarded, 40 for the win, downwards. Race neutralised once more. It's a Russian rider, Sergei Malnev, last to be eliminated. Well, a change of decision there, interestingly. The Dane originally given the decision, Julius Johansson, then revised to the Russian. Race restarted following that correction. So the Dane will rejoin the back of the group this time. Rather unusual way to play out an elimination race. To go into the elimination lap. Rider from Denmark still at the front. Needs to make sure that he's not overtaken by the other 5. He's not. It is Fred Wright. Well, no, because they've given the Danish rider the elimination, so confusion here. The crowd don't understand what's going on either. The Dane was reinstated and then taken out. So Fred Wright was last across the line, but survives. So 4 riders remain. Intriguing battle here for the Omnium elimination race. And it looks like Fred Wright again in the danger seat. This time he is eliminated. Fred Wright of Great Britain will leave Australia. It'll leave New Zealand. And it will also leave the rider at the front of the string here, who's looking to try and take the victory from Belgium, Gerben Tussen. So Australia versus New Zealand versus Belgium. 1 more elimination before the final 2 riders will have a free lap, and then the final sprint for the line. It's the Belgian who goes. So Thiessen of Belgium is eliminated. So it's Australia versus New Zealand. Campbell Stewart versus Kelland O'Brien. 1 lap to go to the final sprint for the line. Stewart on the inside, O'Brien on the outside. He's got the long way to come round. Stewart looks well set here. The New Zealand champion, the defending champion for the Omnium, takes the win in the elimination race. Campbell Stewart first, ahead of the rider from Australia, Kelland O'Brien. Much to the delight of the New Zealand spectators surrounding our commentary position here. He'll get 40 points for that victory. He was 3rd going into that discipline. 66 points on the board. And with Julius Johansson eventually departing from the race prior to the final 2 riders, his position may well be challenged by that 40-point score from Johansson. The Omnium continues tomorrow. 3 more disciplines to be contested. Just another look back at that crash for the rider from the Czech Republic. And Fred Wright did very well to avoid the flying bike there towards the back of the bunch. And here is that final sprint with Campbell Stewart outpacing Callan O'Brien to the line. 40 points and victory in the elimination race for Campbell Stewart of New Zealand. So the elimination will continue tomorrow with the time trial, the flying lap, and of course the decider, the point race. Our final event of the evening is the victory ceremony for the women's 7.6 kilometre scratch race. Do stay with us for that one, particularly if you're a British fan, because it is gold for Britain, silver for Canada, and bronze for Australia. So it's been a fascinating night's action here at the third day of the UCI 2016 Junior Track Cycling World Championships. A little bit of controversy, a little bit of unexpected action, but no shortage of excitement. And those riders who rode in the scratch race, just avoiding being mown down by the VIP. All in the right order now. So the final victory ceremony of day 3 will be for the junior women's scratch race. Arrive at the podium, and the first medal to be presented is of course the bronze, which will go to the rider from Australia, Christina Clonan.
Scratch race junior women. À la 3e place, et gagnant de la médaille de bronze. In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, Christina Clonan, Australia. Et les maillots sont remis par the medals and the jersey will be presented by Mr. Marian Stetina, membre du comité directeur UCI, member of the UCI Directors Committee. À la 2e place, et gagnant de la médaille d'argent.
As you can see on the salver there, will be presented to Devani Collier of Canada. The medal and jersey presentation from a member of the UCI Management Committee. Unfortunately, we're not given the names of the presenters at our commentary position, so unless I recognise the face, we'll have to excuse the lack of name associated with the presenter. But the rider who will receive the gold medal and the World Champions jersey representing Great Britain, the World Junior Scratch Race Champion, is Rebecca Raybould. So that's the rainbow jersey. That's the gold medal for Great Britain and Rebecca Raybould, the World Junior Scratch Race Champion.
The flowers will be presented by Mr. Philippe Simonet, membre comité directeur de Swiss Cycling, member of the Swiss Cycling.
And the flowers presented by a member of the Swiss Cycling Federation, complete with the obligatory kisses as well. Christina Clonan, the bronze medal for Australia. Devani Collier, the silver for Canada. And on the highest step of the podium, the gold medal winner and world champion from Great Britain, receiving her bouquet, Rebecca Raybould. And now we will have the national anthem of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention now for the national anthem of Great Britain.
The national anthem of Great Britain celebrates the win and the world title for Rebecca Raybould. Silver for Devaney Collier of Canada and bronze for Christina Clunnan of Australia. All three take to the top step of the podium. And as they are celebrated, the photographers getting the shots, Rebecca Raybould will be off to sign some jerseys. And a great end to day 3 of competition with those medal positions confirmed with our on-screen graphic. And Rebecca Raybould will add her name to the list of winners already so far of the illustrious rainbow jersey. Proving difficult to sign, the Santini jersey. But her name added to the leader's jersey. So that wraps up the action for day 3 here of the UCI 2016 Junior Track Cycling World Championships. We hope you've enjoyed the racing here this evening. Thank you for your company here on our live stream. Look forward to bringing you more action tomorrow. I'll leave you with some of the highlights of tonight's racing and wish you, from everyone here in Aigle, a very good night.